This is a regular meeting for the City Council, June 11th, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, not yet present. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sten.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
And Mayor Russ.
Here. Thank you very much. Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
Just one, Mr. Mayor, on item 12, we will be holding, the council will hold the interviews for the single-family design board, but we just, on the recommendation, the appointment for the vacancies on the design board wouldn't occur until later on the agenda with the rest of the appointments. So you'll go ahead and
We'll
conduct.
do them all together then?
Yeah, so we'll
Okay.
conduct the interviews directly after the consent calendar and then do the appointments with that agenda item. So I just wanted to highlight that change.
All right, thanks very much. And with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. I believe you have some items to read.
Yes, item 2, loan to Housing Authority for $5 million for development of property located at 200 North Lacumber Road. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a 30-year loan with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara in the amount of $5 million for the development of real property located at 200 North Lacumber Road to be used for permanent affordable housing, to be secured by a deed of trust and a 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements, subject to approval as to form by the City Attorney as necessary. Item 3, intent to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates and annual assessment report for fiscal year 2025 resolution. Recommendation the Council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring Council's intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2025 at a public hearing to be held on June 25th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Item 4, State Water Resources Control Board funding acceptance for the California Extended Water and Wastewater Payment Program resolution. Recommendation council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting State Water Resources Control Board California Extended Water and Wastewater Arrearages Payment Program funds, authorizing city staff to disperse the funds in accordance with program criteria, and amending resolution number 23076 adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate the funds for relief to customers of the water and wastewater systems for unpaid water bills. Item 5, adoption of a resolution relating to the general municipal election of November 5th, 2024. Recommendation the Council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara calling for the holding of a general municipal election to be held in the city on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the election of certain officers as required by the provisions of the Charter and applicable provisions of the California Elections Code. Item 6, adoption of resolution implementing proposed changes to the membership composition of the Living Wage Advisory Committee resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving proposed changes to the membership composition of the Living Wage Advisory Committee. And that's all the consent items to read, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any items that need to be pulled by any member of council for discussion? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online with a request to pull any items?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon.
Second.
Second by Friedman. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the entirety of the consent calendar. And record reflecting that Mr. Gutierrez is present.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. All right, very good. We're going to move on to general public comment. And with that, I'm going to announce that we will accept public comment speaker request slips until 2:15, and that includes online hands raised. We have a number of public comments, and so I'm going to have to restrict it to 2 minutes per speaker at this point in time because we don't want to get everybody heard as much as possible. Would you adjust it to 2 minutes, please, Madam Clerk? 2 minutes is longer than you think up in front of the microphone, trust me. All right, very good. And with that, we will begin with our first speaker, Kristen Miller, to be followed by Ann Pazer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing business from Goleta to Carpinteria. Last week, the Chamber shared our economic development plan proposal for the city with the council by entering it into the public record. And today, I and members of the Chamber's Board of Directors are here to support that proposal. This plan aims to position Santa Barbara as a dynamic city where business, residents, and visitors thrive. A city that focuses efforts on opportunities for exciting careers, housing for people at all levels, a sense of community for residents and businesses, and this is the core of what we're proposing. Our Chamber of Commerce is uniquely positioned to help the city of Santa Barbara achieve these goals as well. In the long term, there are 7 programs we propose to be implemented to achieve the success. A City of Santa Barbara Economic Development Committee, district-specific economic development support, housing focused on housing programs downtown, So Much to Love in Santa Barbara, our positive communications campaign, a State Street leasing strategy with economic vitality, Santa Barbara waterfront and the blue economy, and building business relationships between UC Santa Barbara and the city's downtown core. The Chamber has already built foundational success for each of these programs, but an investment from the city is needed to take this to the next level. This proposal is for an annual investment for the 25 through 27 two-year fiscal budget, but we do have a proposal in as a starter contract for this year as well. In the short term, we're asking for a smaller contract to begin this foundational and critical aspect of our programs, and we thank you for your time and consideration on this today.
Thank you. Ann Pazer, will be followed by Tom Patton. Sir.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Ann Pazier, owner of Santa Barbara Gift Baskets and chair of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber Board. I'm here to express my support for the city's investment in an economic development plan with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. Outsourcing economic development work to the Chamber through a contract, similar to what is done in many cities, is the most efficient way to move us toward reconnecting city government with the various businesses in our community. The success of these businesses has a significant impact on raising revenues for the city and determining the overall economic health of Santa Barbara. To the city's credit, you have funded Visit Santa Barbara as an investment in increased visitation, increasing TOT revenue, and supporting hospitality businesses throughout the city. The city also funds downtown Santa Barbara as an investment in the city's downtown. While we applaud the city for these investments, much of the economic development work the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce is doing is self-funded. Economic development is an investment in the city's businesses, quality of life, and tax base. And today we ask that the city consider investing in economic development just as it has for visitors and the downtown. The Chamber acts as a bridge between the public sector and the business community, facilitating communication, cooperation, and joint initiatives. A partnership with the Chamber on economic development will lead to more innovative solutions, leveraging private sector investment and expertise to complement public sector goals. Enhanced collaboration can also improve the overall business climate, making Santa Barbara more attractive to investors and entrepreneurs. This is the city's opportunity to invest in business throughout the city and across industries. Thank you for your time and consideration of our plan.
Thank you. Tom Patton, followed by Tony Vallejo.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and fellow City Council members. My name's Tom Patton. I'm the General Manager and partner of the Ramada by Wyndham Santa Barbara, and I also serve on the Executive Board of the Santa Barbara Chamber. I'm here today to express my support for the city's commitment to partner with the Chamber on an economic development plan that will benefit all stakeholders within our city. We understand that you have some fiscal challenges. Rather than solely relying on tax increases, we propose that the city make a targeted investment in economic development to increase revenue from those taxes. The Chamber is an ideal partner for this type of investment and has already outlined a plan for you. With a proven track record and expertise in promoting economic development, the Chamber is well versed in the local business community, has established relationships with key stakeholders, and has experience executing successful economic initiatives. Leveraging this existing infrastructure will save the city time and resources needed to build similar capabilities from scratch. Through my time on the board, I've witnessed the Chamber advance several self-funded economic development programs. Because of this existing program of work, the Chamber can quickly implement initiatives that bring immediate benefits. Their established programs focusing on housing, workforce development, business retention, visitor services, and more can start yielding positive outcomes immediately. Please consider a targeted investment in economic development through the proposed public-private partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony Vallejo, followed by Kathy Odell.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Tony Vallejo. Bless you. My name is Tony Vallejo. I'm a CPA who was born and raised in our community and have been a longtime member of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. Today, I would like to ask the council to consider supporting the economic development proposal laid out by the Chamber. We understand that the city is facing some tough budget decisions. Investing in economic development can significantly enhance Santa Barbara's economic health, creating a positive feedback loop that will increase city revenues and lead to overall higher quality of life for residents. Economic development initiatives lead to the creation of more high-quality jobs, the attraction of new businesses, and the retention and expansion of existing ones, especially locally owned. These factors effectively increase the city's tax base, leading to higher revenue from property tax, sales tax, and other taxes. Contracting with the Chamber of Commerce can be structured, as we propose, as a fixed cost arrangement, providing clear budgeting and financial predictability. This arrangement allows the city to allocate funds more efficiently and potentially achieve better outcomes without the overhead costs with new city departments or positions. Not to mention, the Chamber already has a relationship with just about every business in the community, and we can work more effectively. It is time the city made a proper investment in economic development. Moving forward with a contract with the Chamber would be a prudent investment for the city and residents. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. Kathy Odell, followed by Riley Heathman.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I am Kathy Odell. I am the previous CEO of Women's Economic Ventures and a member of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber Board. As someone with a long career in economic development, which started on an economic development community here in 1992, and my work with this city and other cities and communities, I have seen firsthand the transformative impact that strategic economic investments can have on a community. By investing in economic development with a viable and sustainable growth plan, we can create a more balanced and stable economic environment, which is less susceptible to downturns in any one industry. A collaboration to guide economic development can also address social inequities. By focusing on inclusive growth, Santa Barbara can ensure that the benefits of economic prosperity are shared among all residents, reducing disparities and fostering a more cohesive community. The Chamber's proposed economic development plan and partnership with the city is key towards these goals that I've highlighted. I would urge you to consider the investment in economic development through a partnership with the Chamber. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Riley Heathman, followed by Angelina Dedamonte.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Riley, and I frequent the city of Santa Barbara often. I was at Farmers Market downtown Santa Barbara this past weekend, and while walking on the sidewalk, a bicycle had abruptly traversed on the sidewalk and refused to get off the sidewalk and enter the bike lane that is there specifically for bike use. The bicycle almost caused me to become unsteady, which could have potentially caused an injury. Bicycles using sidewalks instead of bike lanes become a public safety concern. Please enforce rules to keep bicycles off the sidewalk and in their designated bike lanes. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members and Mayor Randy Rouse. My name is Angelina Dedamani, and I come from a family who's multi-generational in Santa Barbara, as well as does business in Santa Barbara and the cities within the county. I'm here today to address a couple of issues to bring to the council's attention. One, the opening or reopening of State Street. It's a liability to be closed. It's a public safety issue. Moreover, the declining issues with State Street and revenue stream, as well as just the businesses to be able to be open and to do business, first responders and vendors able to traverse freely through State Street, it becomes a big issue. And most importantly, it's a public safety issue in the event of an injury or catastrophic. So I'd encourage, when we're working on the economic development plan for council and the mayor, to consider opening State Street and letting it be open to the public and free for everybody to traverse. The second issue is regarding the waterfront. In reviewing the recent video of the harbor, as well as City Hall's meetings, two items that come to mind. It would seem that the waterfront management hides their plans from the citizens regarding putting the plans for, hiding their plans from citizens regarding putting the proposed bike path in the center of where the shower wind walls are. No disclosure typically is the first issue, which is disingenuous. Second, the waterfront continues to act as if the area is a private entity. Budgets are out of hand, and as the director said, all profits stay in the waterfront special district. We've seen roughly a 50% increase in the user fees in 3 years. User fees include parking, boat launch, etc. For getting comparables to place the Orange County beaches, this is Santa Barbara, and commissioners are rubber stamping the outrageous pay increase that amount to self-dealing. Salaries and benefits are over and up 45%. These are not inflation numbers. They are self-dealing numbers and are outrageous. Most important, it's a misuse of taxpayers' funds, which council and the mayor oversee. So I would encourage the council and the mayor to do diligence when it comes to the waterfront. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, Stephen Mead, followed by Sullivan Israel.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished council, thank you for doing the people's work. I won't take your 2 minutes, but I will add a few things. I saw some progress on State Street today, right in front of the Arlington, right where that wonderful chalk painting was for the last couple of days, got paved over today. I was sad for a moment, but it reminded me life is ephemeral and all change is absolute. So take that with you in your decision making. Now, on to something more fun, shall we? Anybody remember Lost, the TV show? I do. Yes, you all do. Don't lie. Yeah, they had some big deals to deal with. I mean, plane crash on an island, charred bodies, that smoke monster we never really did figure out. All that stuff was going on. And then about the third episode, Hurley, my favorite guy, remember him? Yeah, kind of a big guy. He was the skipper on that island. Anyway, he grabbed a bunch of golf clubs from some dead guy and said, hey, let's have some fun. We need to forget about our problems for about, 45 minutes to an hour. Well, I propose we do the same thing, and your fittings are all coming up for this year's solstice. Who's ready? This is your 10-day warning. We all are ready to see you at the Solstice Workshop, and we hope that all of you will be involved. Some people even have an election coming up, a good time to get your name out there. Okay, so who wants to go first? You got to talk to Barbara. She's waiting for you. She's thinking everything is going to be great. I've looked at all these costumes. They're all great. It won't even be embarrassing. You're all going to love it. And Miss McAdoo is going to be with us this time. We can't wait for that. All right, so folks, let's all remember, it's serious business you do, but you can't have some fun doing it. We'll see you at Solstice. Thanks so much.
Mr. Mead, they're not going to give you a microphone again this year, are they? Sullivan Israel, to be followed by George Nix.
Hello, a bit of a hard act to follow. I don't have any TV references for you guys. Yeah, I'm Sully Israel. So great to finally be here in person. I'm here because I'm available. It's my last week of college, so in between finishing my thesis and studying for a final exam, I decided to come down to City Hall and give a public comment about, you can guess, State Street. I just wanted to acknowledge the business survey that I sent in to you guys. That was a wonderful effort by 6 Strong Towns volunteers. We spent about 6 hours walking up and down State Street, accessing as many business owners and managers as possible. Something that I think I couldn't really get across in what I sent you is we tried as hard as possible to be very neutral when we were asking questions, and we did not reveal our opinions until after they answered. And what we found was 75% of the business owners we spoke to do not want cars on State Street. It was very hard, I will say, to speak to restaurant owners because the restaurants were so busy, so that was mostly retailers. I also want to say I'm speaking today sort of on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the now 300-plus people officially subscribed to Strong Towns, many of whom can never make it here, just like I could never make it here because it's 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. So I do want to acknowledge that and all those people that support Strong Towns' views. Also, another thing that came across when I was talking to people, business owners, but also just random people that I talked to, a lot of people have no idea State Street is still being discussed. They think the decision to not allow cars has been finalized, and so they're quite surprised when I bring that up. The last thing is, in terms of vacancies, I do want to acknowledge vacancies are lower than they have been since 2017, and also the 400 block is open to cars, and the vacancy rate there is 12.4%, with the 99-cent store now gone, but most of the closed blocks have a vacancy of only 8%. So when it comes to vacancies, there isn't really a discrepancy. It might just be that we have too many commercial storefronts for the number of people we have or any other number of reasons. So anyway, those are a bunch of things. Thank you very much.
George Nix.
Mayor Rouse, City Council members, my name is George Nix. I'm a longtime resident of the Santa Barbara area and a member of Strong Town Santa Barbara. I'm here today to also talk about State Street, in particular, a frankly concerning op-ed that Mayor Rouse published in The Independent recently. All over the country and the state, downtowns are facing a crisis, and despite that, Santa Barbara has bucked this trend. Vacancy rates, as Sully mentioned, are down on most blocks, with the few exceptions being the 1300 and 400 block, both of which are open to cars. This situation would be the envy of many cities within Santa Barbara and elsewhere, and yet despite the one main difference being the fact that we have opened State Street to people and closed it to cars, this is still up for discussion. I find it very concerning in both the way this issue is being talked about. I feel like it has taken over a toxic dimension that many other issues currently have in politics all over the country. And frankly, that compromise and solutions meant for the good of the people and businesses of Santa Barbara, rather than proving a point, have kind of drifted out of the conversation. I'm here today also on behalf of the 300-plus members of Strong Towns to show our support for open State Street to people and to reiterate the fact that many surveys have shown above 70% support both from citizens and businesses for a State Street that is people first. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Nelson. Mr. Nelson, it says here on your slip that you have an Airbnb owner, so you'll want to be on item 16, I believe, and not general public comment. Yes. Is that correct? You're going to speak to that item? Okay. You want me to wait? Yes, please. All right, and Lizzie Rodriguez.
Greetings, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I am here to express my support in the creation of an Economic Development Committee through a public-private partnership with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. As a member of the Fire and Police Commission, I'm particularly concerned with the city's request this year to reduce budgets across the board, particularly for our critical first responders. Our city is in need of increased economic revenue to avoid future budget cuts, and as a former operator of one of the largest hotel companies in the city of Santa Barbara, I learned quickly that the smart investment is a key to increasing revenue. An Economic Development Committee through the Chamber would play a pivotal role in fostering innovation and entrepreneurship and helping small businesses and startups thrive. This entrepreneur spirit is essential for a dynamic and resilient economy capable of adapting to changing market conditions and technological advancements. A dedicated Economic Development Committee would address and mitigate economic challenges swiftly and effectively, whether it's responding to economic downturns, addressing workforce skill gaps, or tackling issues like housing affordability. The committee's focused efforts would make a significant difference in maintaining the city's economic health. The Chamber has a demonstrated track record of pivoting to the needs of our local community economy and business as demonstrated during the COVID-19 crisis when they effectively helped businesses local businesses safely open using protocols for business growth. The Chamber leadership exhibited innovative prudence in drafting the roadmap home to help the county identify potential rezoning areas to meet the state RENA requirements, and through its efforts in creating an employer-sponsored housing consortium. Partnering with the Chamber for the creation of a City Economic Development Committee would be a vital instrument for our city's prosperity. Its work in job creation, innovation support, and crisis management. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers online with hands raised?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one hand raised, and this is a caller with the last four digits as 4410. So 4410. You can unmute yourself and go ahead. And caller, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Press *6 on your keypad. Okay, Mr. Mayor, go ahead. Go ahead, caller. You're unmuted. Okay, Mr. Mayor, it seems like we cannot hear that
All
caller.
right.
And there are no further hands raised.
Very good. And with that, we'll close general public comment, and we will go to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone have a committee assignment report? All right. With that being said, we will go on to our city council administrative and attorney reports. So you have an item to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's item 12, interviews for single-family design board.
All right, very good. And do we have hopefully our applicants are here for the interviews for the Single Family Design Review Board. Would you please raise your hand if you're here to interview for the Single Family Design Review Board? Okie dokie. Last call for the Single Family Design Review Board, because we're going to make that appointment later on today. All right, very good. We will close that item for the time being and move on to our item 13. If you could read item 13, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 13, adoption of the operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2025 resolution, and I have a few resolution titles to read here. Recommendation of the Council A, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 by appropriating monies for the use and support of said city from the funds into the purposes herein specified. Item B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing the city's appropriation limitation for fiscal year 2025. C, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. D, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara waterfront harbor slip, mooring, and user fees. E, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara to adopt the abandoned shopping cart recovery fee. F, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing classified and unclassified positions in the city's service effective June 29, 2024, and providing a schedule of classifications and salaries for the same in accordance with the operating budget for fiscal year 2025. G, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the continuation of capital and special project appropriations for fiscal year 2025. And H, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Public Works Director to execute water purchase agreements in a form approved by the City Attorney and in accordance with the appropriation in the approved budget as may be amended from time to time.
All right, very good. Madam Administrator, there are two items that a couple of us need to recuse on. I need to recuse on item D, which has to do with the waterfront department because I am a slip holder. And one is on item E. Mr. Friedman?
I need to recuse myself from item E, the shopping cart recovery fee, as it affects my employer and therefore a source of income.
Madam Administrator, do you suggest we take those first? Should we hear the entire staff report on the general item and then recuse? We do have two speakers on this item as well.
I think I think there's a couple options. The easiest might be to take those items separately, but if you wanted to do that before the staff presentation, if there were no other council questions on that, I would suggest though maybe taking public comment before you do that. So
we hear the general staff presentation, take public comment, and then we can separate out those items and vote.
That would probably be the easiest. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Mr. DiMartini, that's your cue.
Honorable Mayor Rouse, council members, members of the public, my name is Natalie Glusak. We switched it up on you today. I'm the budget manager, and with me is Mr. Keith DiMartini, our finance director. Today we have a very brief presentation for you going over the adoption of the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget. The agenda for today's presentation, first we're going to go over the hearing schedule, budget hearing schedule again, and then a quick summary of the changes that are detailed in the council agenda report. We're also going to go over our recommendations to council, which the clerk just read out, and then go to questions and public comment and discussion. So here is our streamlined budget hearing schedule that we tried out this year. Today we are at the budget adoption. As you can see, we've had a series of public meetings going over all of the details of the budget. And after today's adoption, there are still 2 meetings for the rate hearing on the proposed wastewater and solid waste rates, and then an adoption meeting on that on the 2nd of July. Changes to the recommended budget, there were some small staff recommended adjustments as outlined in the council agenda report. There were also several items of direction from council on the downtown parking fund specifically as outlined here. Yeah. We were directed to maintain that 75-minute complimentary period in the lots and garages, and also to transfer $200,000 from the Clean Communities to support the downtown corridor cleaning and maintenance. We're also moving several capital projects from Downtown Parking Fund to Measure C for that funding. We will also bring back within the next 2 months, we're currently continuing to work on that downtown parking issue, and we will bring that back to council and to the public for further conversation. We're also looking into options for the revenue control system, whether or not leasing or owning and maintaining that is more beneficial for the city as a whole. And also looking at reclassifying the enterprise fund into a general fund instead of an enterprise fund. And again, within 2 months, we'll be back to discuss what we found and continue that conversation. This is the updated general fund overview after incorporating those changes. We now have a $7.4 million deficit in the general fund, and that is including the reserve 25% policy reserve target of $2.9 million. The actions for you to consider today are to adopt the budget as stated for appropriation. So that is the first resolution, is that budget appropriation. The second resolution is for the appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit. That is a state mandated limit on our appropriations. The schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. There is one minor language change we would like to propose in that underneath the finance charges. It states that all credit cards will be charged a 4% fee. We would like to change that and soften the language to that we may charge up to a 4% fee on credit card charges. We also have the position schedule and classifications and salary. That is where you will see all the positions to approve this year and which departments they sit under, as well as the salary ranges for those. We also have a continuation of capital and special project appropriations, and that is where the unused funds on capital projects for this current year get rolled over into next year so that we can continue working on those multi-year projects. And finally, there is a
a resolution to allow our Public Works Director to execute on water purchasing agreements. It is staff recommendation that you adopt all of these resolutions for our capital and operating budget in 2025. So after today, we begin to implement this budget. We begin to work on all of those projects identified in the budget. We have our monthly financial updates that we bring to you in the form of our monthly reports. Those are generally on the consent agenda. We also have quarterly reports that we go to Finance Committee with in a bit more detail to offer up our performance against our budget for the year. We also will continue to work on those expenditure target reductions and try to assure that we hit those. Our downtown parking fund, again, as I mentioned before, we are continuing to work on that, and we'll come back with further information as we meet out those proposals. And again, we are already starting to begin planning for our next two-year cycle for 26 and 27. And with that, we open it up to questions and public comment.
All right, very good. Since there are two items that are pulled for discussion, are there questions that do not pertain specifically to either D or E from council members of staff? Or do they include questions about those items? Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So these are that don't include D or E. Okay. Thank you. My first question is from the strategic plan presented by the Chamber of Commerce. If that is something that we could be considering in the future as an item, would that need a motion to consider as a future item?
I'm going to ask Ms. McAdoo to weigh in on that, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon. What I think staff would recommend is to have the council refer it to the Finance Committee for further vetting and discussion. That would allow staff to bring forward an analysis and to have that conversation. So if the council would like to, I think the appropriate motion would be to refer that to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. So this isn't our only opportunity within this budget to wrap it in right now. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because I do support it. And then a question about the clarifying the discussion about the downtown parking fees. And you mentioned it's still on the table in the future to discuss any number of the fees. I guess specifically I was wondering about the 90-minute. I just want confirmation from council that we did not move forward with that.
I think so.
That's confirmed. Okay. When might we be hearing that again?
We have Councilmember Sneddon, we have an internal meeting to discuss next steps, and my hope is either in August or September, we'll bring an item back to the council.
Okay. Thank you. Just ballpark. I was interested. And then I sent an email with this question, but I thought I would give an opportunity to sort of answer it publicly. There's this statement about CIP projects for the fiscal year 2024-28 totaling $1.6 billion and $775 million with identified funding and $805 million without identified funding. And if you could, it's something that I struggle with, understanding the carryover and whether that money is spoken for, and it appears like we're spending billions of dollars that we don't yet have for projects that are far in the future. And I know this comes up with multiple different departments, and if you could just really specifically speak to that.
Absolutely, Councilmember Sneddon. Thank you so much for that question. So yes, the city produces a comprehensive capital improvement plan every 2 years, and it's at the very beginning part of the 2-year financial planning process. And it is just that, it is a plan. It is not the budget. And so what that document does is it itemizes all of the capital improvement projects, enhancements, other types of rehabilitation projects for all of the capital and facilities and equipment and other large purchase items across the entire city, across all funds, including the enterprise operations. And so it is a plan. It is not necessarily the budget. That plan identifies funding sources that may already exist or are planned to exist, but again, it lists projects even if there isn't an identified funding source also, because it is a plan. So then we work towards identifying funding, whether it might be a grant opportunity or other funding sources throughout the years to be able to identify funding for that. It's important that when we are ready to move forward with a capital project, that we have all funds available at the time that we let out the construction contract. All of that money needs to be appropriated and then locked up, encumbered against that construction contract. It's a level of guarantee and assurance with our contractor that we are going to pay them for the services that they provide to this community. And so what also happens is that some of those construction projects that are very large and complex may take more than 1 year to accomplish. And so let's say a project may take 2 years to accomplish, and for a project that maybe is a $20 million project, maybe we only spend $5 million in the first fiscal year. What we will then do, and that's one of the appropriations that staff is requesting council to approve today, is to allow that remaining $15 million of appropriation to carry forward into the next fiscal year so that we can spend the money in that fiscal year. And so that's a common practice. It's a common kind of phenomenon with large capital projects.
So then if approved today, then those funds would be locked up, as you say. And at what point do we get the detailed look at what holistically all those projects might be that might not be enterprise fund or might be within our discretion? Do we ever see those as one comprehensive list that we could sort of pick and choose from that maybe something could hold off?
Yes, Councilmember Sen, thank you again for that question. There's a couple of places where council and the public has sort of access to the list of all those projects. The first one, again, is in the capital improvement plan. Those are the planned projects for the next 4 or 5 fiscal years. During our annual budget process, there are a couple reports on the OpenGov platform. One lists all of the projects that are scheduled to receive Measure C and general fund capital funding. There's specific page where council and the public can review all of those projects. Then there's another report that looks very similar, and it shows all of the other capital projects that are funded primarily through the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So airport, waterfront, water, wastewater. Those are the primary places. And then every year, staff produces the annual accountability report that gets reviewed by the Measure C Oversight Committee for specific Measure C funded projects.
Okay, thank you. So then approving that portion of the budget today says that we approve that these capital improvement projects are priority and it locks those funds up.
Councilmember Seddon, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question. We've all received emails, messages about compaction issues, MOUs, and can you just give us clarity on the timeline of how and when this will be addressed?
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. I think our Human Resources Director, Wendy Levy, is in the back and may be able to respond to that.
Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, we are working with the union right now on trying to figure out compaction issues. We anticipate that any compaction to be resolved will occur and be effective with the first pay period after the budget passes. So the new budget, the new fiscal year. So we do have a list of compaction items. We are working on it. We need to come to agreement with the union in order to have that come to council.
Okay, so these will be negotiated, and this is
Correct.
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then just one more question while you're here. All the positions and schedule classifications presented, were they all presented in each individual budget presentation? Are there any positions in here that were created or additional or eliminated that weren't presented as part of the budget items? I'm just going to be honest, when I looked through them, all the different positions, there were so many, and it wasn't really clear to me, is this a creation of a position? Is this a loss? What's the change in position? And I don't remember seeing a whole lot of positions throughout.
Councilmember Sutton, I'll start, and then we might have some additional comments from staff here. So during the budget hearings with the general fund budget hearing and then all the other funds. During the staff presentations, we highlighted those the major position changes, which included new position requests, and there were a couple of them, primarily in the community development department in regards to the requested planner positions for the implementation of the housing element, and if there were others that you recall.
Councilmember Sneddon, Mayor Rouse, and other members of the council, I would like to clarify that within the OpenGov platform, I can see where it's kind of hard to trace the positions back and forth. We did present any positions that were introduced or cut or reclassed. There was an IT position that went from library to IT. There were several engineering positions that were centralized into Public Works. There were a few other ones that moved about. So when you look at the OpenGov pages, there is a staff head count across the top. Sometimes it's a little hard to reconcile those with the full listing of positions, and part of the reason for that, and I'm going to pick on HR's business manager because that individual, that chair, is split between 3 different departments. So you'll see a portion of that person in each of the departments. So we can work on ways to better present that so that it flows a little more neatly.
No, thank you. You answered my question because you did highlight in the different hearings and departments. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for Mr. DiMartini. On slide number 5, just for clarification for the public and those that I have started watching this budget hearing for the first time, just clarification. You went a little bit too fast, but at the beginning we predicted to have, or you stated that we would have a $7 million deficit, and now it's 7.4. Could you just walk through this slide slowly and explain it to somebody that's seeing this for the first time?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I would be happy to. So this slide is a chart showing the last 3 years of actual general fund revenues and expenditures, including the current fiscal year budget, the current fiscal year revised budget, and then also on the far right column, what is the current status of the budget that is being proposed for fiscal year 2025, as if council were to adopt it today. And so what it shows is revenues being projected next fiscal year of $220 million in the general fund, expenditures being projected at $224.6 million in the general fund as well. And so if you just take our revenues minus our expenditures, we have a deficit of $4.5 million. That includes all of the assumptions that we've been talking about over the last couple of months in regards to our growth assumptions for our tax base, our tax revenues, fees for services for the general fund departments. It includes all of the salary increase assumptions for all of our budgeted positions, the increased costs for healthcare, pension, insurance, materials and supplies, all of the services and the functions of the general fund. So a deficit of $4.5 million. The City Council has an adopted reserve policy of 25% of our annual operating expenditures. Effectively, what that means, if the city stopped collecting revenue on one particular day, we would have 3 months worth of cash to continue to operate as we were. That's really kind of the intent of that reserve policy. We use that in times of economic downturn, in times of natural disasters. We have dipped into those reserves for very specific reasons over the past couple of years. Because our expenditures are growing, they're growing from $224 million from $203 million, our expenditures are growing. That means the reserve requirement grows proportionally because it's a 25% reserve policy target. So that's where that $2.9 million number comes from. We have to keep additional cash in the bank for those reserves. And so if you include that requirement in our deficit calculation, it increases the deficit to 7.4, because really we should actually budget for a small surplus every year, because that additional cash needs to stay in the bank.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If there's no further questions, we'll move on to public comment. Madam Administrator, we have 2 general public comments. We have ones that are specific to certain items that we have to recuse on.
Correct.
Do you think we could have general public comment on this item with us both in the room?
What I might suggest, since 2 of the speakers did identify wanting to speak specifically about the waterfront fees, that maybe we pull that separately now and hear that public comment, and you can step out of the room and have Mayor Pro Tem Jordan chair the
Okay.
meeting.
I
That
think
might
that's
just-
a good idea.
yeah.
We have 2 speaker slips that are specific to that item. I will step out of the room for that. And then I would appreciate then if council came back with discussion and a vote, and then I'll come back in. Not gone yet.
I know. So this item is simply item D that's on the staff agenda that has to do with waterfront harbor slip mooring and user fees only. Does anybody have questions on this particular item? And seeing none, we'll go to public comment, and I'll give a shout out right now, Sarah, that if anybody online wants to specifically talk to this item, there should be no other hands up, and you should be putting your hand up right now for this item, okay? First speaker would be Michael Haug. Thank you, Haugie. I was going to get there with the third choice.
56 years, the most unpronounceable Norwegian 5-letter name ever.
Welcome.
Thank you for the time. Nice to speak to you, Council. I've been a boat owner in the harbor for 12 years. I've been a liveaboard for 11, and been a wonderful experience by and large. Over the years, experience has been totally positive in my experience. The rent increases were 3 to 5% the first several years. The last 2 years, they've raised us quite substantially. I believe it's been a 25% increase over the last 2 years. So if there was another increase of 10% this year, that'd be about a 30% jump in the last 3 years, and in total of my 11 years being there, almost a 55% in the time that I've been there. So just would like to appeal to you guys to maybe not go with this particular increase, as we have been hit pretty heavily the last few years, and another 10% would make it difficult for those of us who are retired and live there, or pre-retirement like myself and a few others. It changed the way we've budgeted our lives and our livelihood, assuming there'll be future raises to come, but if this one could be reconsidered, it would be quite helpful. So, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks. Then the last speaker in the building is Laird. I'm going to mess up your last name, Laird. So Laird, I'll let you pull it off for me.
Did you mention I had a slip filled out? I have a slip filled out too.
Did you put 13D on it or just 13?
I did not write 13D.
You, Chris?
But it's on this.
Chris?
It's on this, yes.
Okay, I'll get you up on deck.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Great. Very good.
Laird, if you'd help me with your last name, and then go ahead.
Last name is Ehrman. Have moved here in 1963, so I'm familiar with Santa Barbara. Moved out because I couldn't afford it, but then a few years ago realized with my retirement income, I could afford to get a boat and a slip in Santa Barbara. Was thrilled by the idea. But now I'm being in a face situation where we've had increases of fees of 5%, 10%, 15% over the last couple of years. Now another 10% on top of this, and this is pricing me out of the ability to live in Santa Barbara. I understand the previous fees were within line with inflation, and I accept that, but now the 10% fee added this year, we're at an inflation rate of about 3%. It's usury, and it's driving out liveaboards, fishermen, and the stated goal of the city of Santa Barbara is to maintain a working, living harbor. And what I'm afraid is going to happen is we're going to create a situation where only the wealthy can participate in the harbor. And I don't think that's what you want. So that's the main gist of my argument, because I love it here and I want to stay here. But with increases like this, I won't be able to do so because I based my budget upon the city of Santa Barbara maintaining their budget. Again, the 10, 15% we've done over the past few years, that's within the cost of inflation. Inflation right now is 3%, yet we're bumping at 10%. And it is just not, it's a usury fee. It's a cash grab. To fund other parts of the harbor, as I understand it, Stearns Wharf, which is falling apart, maybe we should look at usury fees for the harbor. tourist fees for the harbor, to walk on the harbor. If that's what needs to be done to keep the harbor solvent, that makes sense. I don't use Stearns Wharf. I live in a slip, and I love it, and I want to stay there. And I want this to maintain a vibrant working harbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland. Roland. Close.
Hi, thank you. My name's Chris Rowland. I've lived in Santa Barbara since the 80s, and it's always been my hope to stay and retire here. I never did purchase a home, but I did save my money. And I don't know if you guys really understand one of the benefits about Santa Barbara Marina, it's a not-for-profit harbor. What that means to us as slip holder paying our monthly fees is relatively lower if you want to compare it to, say, most other harbors. Some differences are this. For me to just get my slip, for my intent to get a liveaboard, it cost me $100,000 in that investment. Most of that money went to the previous slip holder who lived there for 30 years. When he sold out, I paid about $75,000 for that, for the rights to a month-to-month lease. In addition to that, I paid the city a $25,000 transfer fee to have that right. Obviously, I'm a boat owner. I know there's other fees. We pay the city the usury fee, a tax. We pay the state, I pay a luxury tax, if you will, to live on my home, which is a boat. Because it's a boat, I pay the state an extra fee. I'm okay with raises too, I get it. Times are tough. It's my understanding that the Harbor Commission is supposed to have a $5 million reserve. We're currently at a 10. We have 10 million. It is my understanding that there are some new costs coming, which is insurance. Partially spoken about is the wharf. Fear of the fire and deductibles for that insurance is raising. So the harbor is looking for ways to raise money, if you will. One of the things that got under my skin was that in the previous meeting when they brought this up, we were referred to, slip holders, as one of the two reliable levers to go get money, us and the parking. And the thing is us reliable levers, we pay our rent. We pay our slip fees. I just told you why we pay our slip fees. We're heavily invested in that. If we can't pay our slip fees, then we leave. Someone else buys that slip, and guess what happens to the harbor, the not-for-profit harbor? They get another transfer fee. So I'm asking you, would you consider asking the commission to maybe go back and find other ways to at least reduce that raise? Does it have to be the 10%, or are we just an easy, reliable lever to lean on? Is there other ways that we can maybe come down and match what inflation is and just keep it under control? Because every time I hear that reliable lever, it gets under my skin, because the 10% today could become more tomorrow, and that's pushing my retirement, my ability to retire. So it's just more work for me. Anyway, we are not very organized down in the marina, but we are an eclectic group of people. It's easy to stand around and complain. I just found out that this meeting was coming live, so I wanted to run down and just see you in person. Thank you very much. By the way, the waterfront, they do a wonderful job. Jeanette, the whole team, they really do care for us, and we do realize there's a lot going on in the marina. It's not just our world and you all are living in it. There's only like 114 of us, so we understand there's a lot going on, but it is a pretty heavy impact, the ask is. And hopefully, at least, if not this time, down the road, we can consider not just going to the reliable lever. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody online, Sarah?
We have one raised hand, Mr. Pro Tem. This is Ray Benate. Ray Benate, please identify if you wish to speak on this waterfront item. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi,
Yes.
great. I couldn't put it in better words than the past few speakers that are commenting about the raise and the rates of the slip fees. I just turned 70 this year. I bought my slip 3 years ago and did incur a heavy slip fee, a slip transfer fee. And, this was going to be my retirement. And within 3 years, we've got these raises. And after a while, it's just like, okay, where am I going? Florida? And where am I going? Somewhere where it's not going to be taxed every time we turn around. So speaking for the three gentlemen who spoke before me, this is how I feel. I feel exactly the same. And I appreciate their words. And I appreciate all the work at the harbor as well. They're just a great bunch of people. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And I just want to confirm, there's somebody else here that just wrote down 13, and it might be Jean or Jenny Bug or Berg. Are you speaking on this particular item? Just a general one. Okay, we'll hold you off there. Okay, it's to council then. Any further questions or discussion or looking for a motion? Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. DiMartini, could you refresh our memories about the harbor? I can ask, right, about the harbor fees? To the public, just referring back to the public comments we just heard today and why this increased fee that we had one last year and why we're doing it again this year?
Yes, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'd be happy to. So the Waterfront Department runs as an enterprise fund. So it runs like a business. It has to generate the revenue that it needs, that it requires to not only fund its annual operating budget, it's the people that work at the waterfront, their materials, their contracts, all their operations, but it also must fund their capital investment plan, their capital projects. There are three primary revenue sources for the Waterfront Department. It includes the slip fees that most of the speakers are here speaking about today. It also includes lease revenue from the tenants that operate within waterfront-owned facilities. And then the third revenue source is parking revenue. The leases, many of them are multi-year leases, and so there's very little ability to negotiate or renegotiate the terms of most leases on any given annual operating basis. And so the revenue increases that they consider, that the Harbor Commission also considered, come from parking and slip fees primarily. The Waterfront Department is facing similar budget challenges just like other operations within the city, which include salary cost increases, medical benefits, pension cost increases. But primarily, some of the additional increases the waterfront is experiencing compared to other operations is its insurance for property. The Stearns Wharf structure and all of the other structures that sit above the water are prone to various insurance claims. And Stearns Wharf is an example of a structure that is made of wood, that has had fire damage in recent history. And so it's very challenging and it's very expensive to insure those assets. And we know that the deductibles are going up pretty substantially for those structures. And over the last number of years, it is true that the amount of money that the Waterfront Department and all the city departments that are going into funding the required insurance programs has not been enough. The self-insurance fund has a deficit in it. It has much lower reserves than our actuarial recommends that it should. And so we are making a concerted effort to increase the amount of money in our self-insurance fund. So in the event of a disaster or another type of incident that may occur on Stearns Wharf or another facility at the waterfront, that they would be able to adequately respond. And so those are the primary drivers from some of the budget challenges that they are facing.
Could you explain to the public how the department how they formulated this specific increase?
Our waterfront director, Mike Wiltshire, is hopefully online and can unmute himself and answer that question. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yeah, Councilmember Gutierrez, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Sorry for not being there. I was unaware that there was going to be this level of comments coming into the meeting, but I'm Mike Wiltshire, waterfront director. I would be happy to answer that. Historically, we have seen very, very low slip fee increases. So prior to the past 2 years, the average increases ranged from 1% to 3%. Obviously, the last few years have been very different the expense landscape. We survey 18 marinas up and down the coast of California annually to see where we stack with not only our monthly fees, but all other services that we provide. Historically, we fall on the lower half of that as far as monthly fees go for slips and mooring. The 10% is still not enough to cover our budget. We are budgeting for FY25 a deficit, so which means that the revenues that we're bringing in are budgeted less than the expenditures we have. So we were trying to be as sensitive as we possibly could in hopes that we'll get to a position where inflation will come down, expenses will kind of level out, and we can get back to more normal slip fee increases, much less. When we do that, we put ourselves in a position of using reserves to cover our expenditures, and that's a position that we're in. So in short, 10% is still less of what we needed to balance our budget, but we tried to find a balance of what was palatable and respectful and still kind of met our needs to cover our operating costs and provide the services that we do.
Do you have enough reserves right now if we had a lower percentage than 10%?
Councilmember, yes, we have reserves above policy right now. There are some pretty significant headwinds in front of us. We recently spent about $2 million on sea level rise and storm damage repair from the last 2 years. We're sitting at roughly $3 to $5 million over policy right now. But as Finance Director DeMartini mentioned, our insurance costs are going up. We do anticipate an economic slowdown. A large part of our revenues are generated from our tenant rents. Those tenant rents are really tied to how the economy is doing. So being an enterprise fund, having ample reserves on hand, especially with what's been happening with the last couple of years with storms and coastal damage, is really important. We strive and have done a good job of not turning to the general fund, not turning to taxpayer dollars, and funding a lot of this repair work ourselves, funding our insurance bills ourselves. And so the short answer is yes, of course we can use reserves to cover operating expenses, but that's really kind of a one-time short-term solution. And so really looking at what that buys us is just one more year, and it would lower our reserves.
Do you expect to raise the fees in the following 3 years?
We create a 6-year cash flow, like a 6-year financial look ahead. We didn't anticipate to raise the fees 10% this year. We in our original year of this budget, we anticipated raising the fees by 5% this year. That's where our 6-year cash flow showed a balanced budget. Even within that year, our expenditure landscapes changed so dramatically. Mainly our insurance costs, but also costs of goods and services, costs of capital projects that we execute. So we budget for capital projects 2, 3, 4 years in advance and get cost estimates at that time. The cost of construction has gone up just astronomically, and so the contracts that we're required to do to maintain our capital are just a lot higher than they were. And so the reality of budgeting is you try and make your best guess for the years in advance, but it's not always there. The situations change, and so this was a case of the situation changing pretty dramatically.
So you had mentioned that you used to raise your fees 1 to 3%. So you did explain how the cost of a lot of things went up. Would you say that raising this 10% fee is almost to catch up from the years previously that you didn't raise your fees so much?
To be quite honest, I'd say it's even less than catching up. Like I said, we survey 18 harbors up and down the coast. All of those harbors have raised their fees fairly significantly, some of them upwards of 20% plus. So in a time of inflation, when we're comparing ourselves to our neighbors, the amount that we've raised our fees in the last couple of years really either keeps us kind of at par with our neighbors or we're really just kind of falling further behind. And so it is a tough pill to swallow. I can understand that nobody likes fee increases, but these dollars are what are required to make us a financially sustainable operation and continue to kind of provide the level of service that everybody expects and wants down here at the waterfront.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I'm actually really uncomfortable with this item when we talk about liveaboards and the fee increases. And I'll just sort of make this overarching statement now, and I'll make it again on the other items because it comes up across the board. But I had thought at some point we were going to do a very deep dive into fees and rate structures, and it seems that it's come back now as a 100 and something page document of all the different fees without really the opportunity to deeply discuss them. And for the liveaboards, that's a 10% rent increase, which is something that we as a council in rents in general have seemed not to support. And it doesn't, I'd be much more comfortable if the liveaboard slip increases went back to Harbor Commission for further evaluation. I'm not comfortable passing this today.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Sneddon, we left the liveaboard fees with no increase. And so a liveaboard in the harbor pays two portions of the fee. They pay a slip fee and a liveaboard fee. So there's one portion which is the fee for the slip, which all recreational users and commercial fishermen pay. They also pay a portion to be a liveaboard, for a liveaboard permit. At Harbor Commission, and Harbor Commission made the decision to also agree with that sentiment to leave the liveaboard fee itself fixed.
Thank you for that clarification, but it's still then I'm understanding a 10% increase, which is a different fee than the additional fee for a liveaboard, which I understand is nominal, but the 10% is an increase for all slips, correct?
That is correct. The liveaboard permit is an additional permit on top of a slip.
Yeah, so I think I'm just looking at the net increase, and that's the portion I'm not comfortable with.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So just a quick couple questions. First, so we have the private recreational slip holders, liveaboards, and commercial. Are those on different tiers in terms of reduced rates for, in particular, liveaboards and commercial, as opposed to the private recreation?
Councilmember Friedman, I think I'm understanding your question correctly. The slip fee, when we raise slip fees, we try to do them equally across the board. There is kind of an equity issue there. So we have 1,150 slips. And so if we get out of pace with one certain group, it can be problematic. The commercial fishing slips that are designated commercial fishing operate under a separate policy, and they are discounted. So commercial fishermen receive roughly a 50% discount on their monthly slip fees.
And so
their fees were still increased by 10%.
So even the commercial, even though they're discounted for that, because I appreciate the questions today. Going back to 15 or so years ago when I was in the Harbor Commission, this came up a lot as well on the liveaboards, and particularly liveaboards in the commercial, because it makes an eclectic community, like you were saying, and it's something we've always grappled with. So the other question, Mr. Wiltshire, in terms of, you're looking ahead just for something planning for insurance and other things, but there are also other capital investments that we need to also look at, as I understand it, going back to our sea level rise plan that we adopted as a council, and in particular looking at the breakwater and investments that we're going to need to ensure that breakwater is sufficient, which would protect all the slip holders and the public in general. But so those are costs that are going to be coming as well that we need to plan for, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a significant capital forecast that was kind of really accelerated and brought to the forefront based on the last 2 years' storms. The breakwater is one, the marina itself, but even more specifically, the stretch of coastline from kind of the yacht club down to Ledbetter. Just huge amounts of coastal erosion there and significant damage that will need some dollars and attention in the short term, especially if we have winters, anything like we've had the last 2 years.
And just one other question. I'm just trying to understand the finances and something that would directly relates to the use of the slips where the liveaboards and everyone else is there is, and I'm going off my memory, but a lot of with the marinas and the docks, we would apply for the state revolving funds, which were lower interest rates. There was a big, about 10, 12 years ago, to redo the docks and electricity and everything, and a lot of that came through the state revolving fund, and at the time that was getting phased out. Is that still something that we rely on to get a lower interest rate to invest in the infrastructure that affects all the slip holders, or do we have to go to different sources that might be higher interest rates?
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, good question. We're still carrying debt, roughly $10 million in debt. So we service about $2 million a year in debt payments. The majority of that is to the Department of Boating and Waterways, so a state entity, who does give relatively favorable rates for loans for construction projects. So we use those funds to essentially rebuild Marina One and repair some of the damage at Harbor Restaurant and Stearns Wharf when that happened. As we pay that debt down, we'll hopefully have kind of capacity to take on more debt, which is what we would likely use to replace Marinas 2, 3, and 4 and do some of these larger coastal projects, just because we don't have sufficient funds to handle those type of projects. What those rates would be, I don't know. Obviously, the interest rate market has changed a lot, but we would probably go back to Department of Boating Waterways and some of these favorable sources that would hopefully provide rates that are slightly below market.
And that would help to try to control costs on our end, which would benefit everyone. So I'll wrap up my questions, but the last one, this might be more for our city administrator, is I don't know about the impacts of making the change right now this year, but I understand where our liveaboards are coming from, definitely. Would it be possible to give direction, either verbally or I don't know if it needs to be cleared as part of the motion, but to give direction for our staff to work over the coming year with the Harbor Commission to look at the issue specifically to liveaboards and the affordability of them and making sure they're affordable, and in terms of next year, because we have a 2-year budget, to really plan for that so that when we get into that 2-year budget, we can accurately forecast it and perhaps get some informed information from the Harbor Commission on what to do about rates next year to try to minimize rate impacts in part of the 2-year budget next year.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. If I heard Director Wilshire correctly, this item was heard by the Harbor Commission and recommended to council. I think we are happy to, if the council wants us to do, a more in-depth look at this over the next year with the commission, and particularly the issue of liveaboards, and do a comparative analysis of those fees across other jurisdictions as well. I think we can do that. We would just need to be clear on, do you want to go ahead and approve the increase today? Given that that's what we've planned for and what we've projected for this year's budget, and then potentially make adjustments for the next 2-year budget cycle.
That's what I was, for this year, it is important that we keep up, because the downside is if we reduce it and then it comes back, then you have to have these larger increases later. But I understand there's a large increase this year. Next year, as we're saying, is the 2-year budget. So if we were to move forward today, not ideal, I understand, but coming back and really having the time over the next 6-8 months to work with the Harbor Commission to see what we can do to minimize the future impacts on that, because then we wouldn't have this type of discussion next year. I think there would be opportunity, and make sure that we reach out to all the liveaboards and really get that, because it's important the next year. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
I too am struck with the similarity of the discussion to a type of low-income housing that exists, even though it's sitting in a waterway with million-dollar ships. So, or even a nexus to steps we take with trailer home parks or mobile home parks that exist in the city. But I agree with Councilmember Friedman that this has been through the process and it's here, and I don't really see a viable way, particularly probably on on adoption requirement timelines with the budget to address it between now and 10 days or 15 days from now. And I'm struck by Mr. Rowland's nuances that would be great to look at that in the future rather than necessarily resolve it now. I'd be happy also to put a little bug in the ear of some of the harbor commissioners too. I attend most of the meetings as a liaison, but I think that's a viable alternative would be to make that concern known to staff and to tee that conversation up for the next year's budget and just get that discussion out of the way when it's not here looming as an adoption item. So absent any other comments or questions, I would look for a motion. Ms. Gutierrez.
This is a comment. I don't feel comfortable passing the fee that we have, the 10% fee. And I'm just thinking about just the larger issues that we have going on in the city. It almost feels like now the city's the landlord. And it broke my heart last year when we raised the fees to see the unintentional consequences. I know some of the people that live there, and I felt that I didn't do my duties to inform. And I can't turn the other way this time. So I would like to support Ms. Nedden's comment about going back to the Harbor Commission and see what we can do to, have an increase, but not the 10%, and maybe an increase every year of just not the 10%. It just seems too much at this moment.
Before I get to, do we have statutory requirements on when the budget has to be adopted by?
Yes, by June 30th.
Councilmember Jordan, it has to be adopted per charter before the new fiscal year begins, which is July 1st. There's only one more regular city council meeting on the books, and I think it's June 25th. And there's no meeting before then, so it has to happen today or on June 25th.
And I would just, Councilmember Jordan, one other concern, just if the council wanted to maybe lower the 10% fee, just in terms of notice requirements, I would have concerns. What I would say if that's where the council wants to go versus adopting the 10% today and then going back to the commission, I would say don't do any fee increase, and then you would kick it back to the commission. Obviously, that creates some budget issues, but I'd rather do it that way than change the amount, because we've already noticed that 10%, I believe, to all the tenants at the harbor. So,
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I guess that goes out the window. I was going to propose as a sort of middle path here that we go back to what was originally proposed at 5%, and then ask the Harbor Commission to revisit sort of how to navigate the budgetary challenges. But I'm hearing that that's not recommended, so I guess we'll do nothing.
Ms. Connect, did you need me?
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Councilmember Jordan. I was just wanting some clarity if we're talking about the slip permit fees or the live-aboard fee. Slip fees. Okay, thank you. Because they are in different sections of the resolution, so thank you.
Are you back up again? Okay, Ms. Snedden.
For a question, how much in absolute dollars is that if we were not to move forward with 10%?
Sure. And just clarification. I wanted to ask, I think Director Wiltshire, if he's still on the line, I believe Director DeMartini is saying that staff had recommended a 5%, and then the Harbor Commission had gone to 10%. So because we did propose the 5%, sorry, I was not here when that happened, so thanks for so I do believe that we could go forward with the 5%, and not the 10%, if that is what the council would like to do as an alternative.
So we could go forward with 5% today and
refer it back to the commission for additional conversation.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Snedden, this is Director Wiltshire again, just to answer your question. So the 10% increase amounts to roughly $600,000. And to put it in perspective, there's roughly 1,150 slips, about 85 to 90 of those are liveaboard. And so there is a scale here to think about. And so by adjusting the slip fee in its entirety is a dramatic reduction in revenue. Whereas if all we're trying to do is target the liveaboard portion of it, we are holding their fees fixed. And the 10% of those slip fees alone is a much, much smaller portion of the budget.
Mr. Friedman.
All right, I appreciate that nuance. So I have a question for, maybe it's our city attorney. So we're talking about slip fees, there's liveaboards, and then there's private recreation. So are we allowed to charge the different fees? So if we went back and did a 5%, it would be for everybody, including the private yachts that are down there? Or can we specifically say, go back just for liveaboards and say 5% now, and then go back to Harbor Commission? Or do we have to treat them all equally?
Councilmember Freeman, I am unclear what you mean by private recreation.
All
of them are private recreational.
So the non-liveaboards, everyone who's non-living on there.
Only 10% of the slips down there are, or 11% maybe, are allowed to be liveaboards. So all the liveaboards also pay a monthly slip fee. And then on top of that, they also pay a liveaboard fee. So, and the fishermen pay a separate reduced fee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director Wilshire, but what I am hearing the council discuss now is returning to the 5% increase for the slip fee.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Right,
Because
which would affect all of the slip
that's
holders.
That's not what I want. I don't want the other 89%, all of a sudden that we're going to be the 10%, and all of a sudden we've blown I'm trying to do the math in my head from a $300,000 hole in the budget, trying to solve an issue for the 10% and then giving a huge reduction to the 90% that are non-liveaboards for the city.
So, Councilmember, maybe what I can, if it's just to clarify, it's to do, so for those that are the 10% that are the liveaboards, their slip fees would only increase by 5%. The other 89% of the slip fees would still go up by the 10%. I think legally that's the question, is whether
Can we
could
legally
do
do that? Yeah.
Right, I would not recommend doing that. And Director Wilshire, please chime in here, but if we can just reduce the liveaboard fee, but because under Section W, we charge a monthly fee of $143 per month for the liveaboard fee.
Councilmember Freeman and Ms. Connect, I think I can help clarify. So every single slip permit holder has to have what is being referred to as a recreational slip permit. So that's kind of a baseline. If somebody would like to be a liveaboard, they apply for a permit. Those additional costs are intended to cover restrooms, maintenance, further use. You know, if the entire slip was liveaboards, it would be much more utilized and require more maintenance. I think a way to achieve with what we're after is we could reduce that liveaboard permit fee, but all liveaboard permit fees all liveaboard permit holders are required to have kind of the base level recreational permit, which is governed under its own policy. So if we reduce the slip permit fee in its entirety, then we'll be doing that for all 1,150 slips. But we could target the liveaboard fee in its specificity. We have left it status quo this year. We could reduce that.
Correct, Director Wilshire. So we would just, under that proposal, be reducing the liveaboard permit fee, not the slip fees. So, and also, can you correct me here, but I do not believe that the liveaboard permit is within Resolution D.
I'll have to check as well. I'm not certain exactly where it lives, but it is a.
So
this is another.
So just to clarify,
I think it's in
the
please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's in the main fee resolution, not in Resolution D.
So could I just get a clarification, because it's a very important point?
Right, yeah.
On the slip fees, which are charged at to all of them, not just liveaboards, but everyone. If we did a 5% reduction, or instead of 10%, that's going to all of them. If we decided today to do 5%, that would include every single slip down there.
Correct, including the
Correct.
liveaboards.
Including the liveaboards, but the other 90% that are not liveaboards would also, which would create a huge structural deficit.
That's correct. I mean, if you reduce the proposed slip fees from 10% to 5%, that would be a reduction of the slip fees for all of the slip holders in the harbor. Or you could propose a reduction to the liveaboard permit fees.
That would be
By
basic.
5%.
Or the equivalent of what the 5% of the slip fee would be, because they're probably not the same amount.
Okay.
Correct.
You want to,
Thank you.
But we need to get clarification on where the liveaboard permit fee is housed, because I don't believe that it's in Resolution D, which is before you right now. I think it's in the main.
Okay, while they're looking, Ms.
permit.
Gutierrez, you're back up on the screen.
I'll support Mr. Friedman's recommendation to have a plan to revise, and so, yeah, I don't want to make this more confusing than it is supposed to be. I just want to take in consideration the public comment we had today and we had last year, and there is some sort of miscommunication, and hopefully we can fix that, but I will support your idea of going back to.
Okay. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. My understanding, and Mr. Wiltshire, maybe you can clarify this, is that the more onerous fee is the slip fee, that the liveaboard fee is comparatively marginal. So I do appreciate the idea of reducing the liveaboard fee, but my understanding is that we can't make up that 5% reduction by just, say, eliminating the $130 a month fee. You can't make that math. So, can we get some clarity on that? The real onerous fee is the slip fee. So that's the reason we're even discussing reducing it is because that's where the pressure point comes in. It's not with the liveaboard fee. And could we make up that difference?
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's hard to say on an individual slip because slip fees are assessed by length. So, but I'm just going to throw out some very kind of average assumptive numbers. If you look at, say, a 35-foot vessel, the monthly slip fees would range, say, I'm going to say between $350 and $400 and something a month. So 10% of that, you're looking at an additional $30 to $40 per month. The liveaboard portion on top of that would be in the kind of the $100 range. So it is possible to reduce that amount if you wanted to kind of recoup that. But even at a 5 or 10% increase, the monthly slip fee main portion increase is in the kind of, $20 to $40 to $50 range per month increase.
Thank you. And one more question for Mr. DiMartini. It seems that we're just not close to having clarity on, or I'm not close to having clarity, I should say, on this issue. If we were to pass a 5% increase today and send it to Harbor Commission to sort out the math that we're discussing, could it come back to us in the interim period before we have another formal budget discussion? If they say, okay, to make the math work, you have to increase it, or increase it to this, or leave it at 5% and reduce. Well, I mean, there's just so many options, I can't hold them all in my head. Can we have that as an interim discussion and potentially raise it if need be on certain parties, or you know what I'm saying?
Yes, Councilmember Harmon, absolutely. The council could take an action on any fee at any time throughout the year by passing a separate resolution.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I would like to propose that we increase the fees across the board by 5% today, with a direction that Harbor Commission review this discussion and put together a package that would better reflect the need to support our liveaboards and make up that delta that needs to be made up from the other slips.
Can I call that a motion?
If you are amenable.
Okay. Is there a second? Second from Sneddon. Madam Clerk. Any other discussion? Mr. Friedman.
so that would affect 100% of the boats down there, right?
This is Waterfront Director Wiltshire. That's correct. This would affect, and it would that would result in a delta of a little over $300,000 in revenue.
That's for me, in terms of the discussion, I appreciate where you're going, and I want to get there. That's a huge number with the Harbor Commission, especially considering if I believe they were unanimous in their recommendation on this, and we have no idea what they're going to come up with. And then I think an approach might be to move forward the recommendation today for the 10%, but then also have, as I mentioned earlier, the discussion back at the Harbor Commission for the 2-year plan, but including, based on the discussion we just had, for them to study the liveaboard fee, and then perhaps in the mid-year they could come back and reduce the liveaboard fee this year. So this way we're not blowing a hole in the budget with all the other 90%. So it'd be 10% now, and there's a possibility that the liveaboard fee would be reduced at some point, which could offset it. And this way, I think it targets where we want to go, but it doesn't create this vast unknown of a $300,000 unknown that we don't.
And Councilmember Friedman, it could come back
Mr. Mayor,
earlier than.
Pro Tem, could I just interrupt for a minute? So we have confirmed that the liveaboard fees are not in Resolution D, which is what we're discussing right now. So if we want to talk about the liveaboard fee, we need to wait till we talk about the main fee schedule. Right now, we're just talking about the slip fees. So, and I'm sorry for this confusion, but the waterfront fees are split up because of the conflict issue. So the slip fees are in Resolution D. The liveaboard fees are in the main fee resolution. So let's just limit the discussion right now to the slip fees, take a motion on that, which is on the floor, and there's been a second. And then when we get back to the main fee resolution, we can finish the discussion about the liveaboard fees.
Okay.
Thank you.
To the slip fees, I just, that is too much of an unknown considering where the Harbor Commission was on this, so I'm going to make a substitute motion. Granted, what the city attorney just said, we might have further discussion on something else in a little bit, but I'm going to make a substitute motion to move forward with the 10%.
Second by Ms. Gutierrez. Any other discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, I just want to say that if you do want to refer that to the Harbor Commission, it does not have to wait to mid-year to come back to the council. That it can come back much earlier, and so that discussion could come back much sooner.
I think that was his intent, that it would go immediately, post haste.
Intent, yeah.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, you have a firm grasp on that motion?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I actually am going to ask for a repeat, I believe. This is the substitute motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mr. Friedman, would you mind repeating?
To move forward the recommendation, the staff recommendation with direction to go back to the Harbor Commission to study this issue for the coming budget of next year, so that budget.
So this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to move forward with staff recommendation D, as in dog.
Correct.
With direction to go to the Harbor Commission to study the issue?
To study the longer-term issue of slip fees.
To study the longer-term issue of slip fees. Okay.
Everybody clear? All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, please go ahead and vote on that motion.
All right. Next thing we got to do is have the mayor get rid of his boat, so he has to sit through this, right? And that passes 4-2 with Mayor Rouse recused.
And with noes from Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Snedden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Read the wrong red dots. Sorry. Okay. I think we're going to move on to item E.
Did you want to take a vote on the original motion on the floor? There was a motion and a second on Councilmember Harmon's motion.
You'll have to help me with
Okay, so replace that. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so I think we can get geared up for E. We'll excuse Councilmember Friedman, and we'll wait for Mayor Rouse.
I have item E. And would you reread that into the record, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Item E is adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara to adopt the abandoned shopping cart recovery fee.
Thank you. Very good. Any discussion and/or motion from council?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you. Moved by Jordan,
Second.
second by Harmon. Any further discussion on the motion? Everybody understands the motion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by, a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to approve recommendation E. Please go ahead and vote.
All right, passes 6-1 with one abstention, please. Very
And
good.
just note for the record, that is Councilmember Friedman abstaining.
Councilmember Friedman is abstaining. See, that's how it's done, okay? All right, with that, we'll move back to the balance of, did we take all the public speakers on 13, Mr. Jordan?
There's a couple more public speakers,
Okay,
Mayor.
very good. With that, we will take a public comment from Jenny Berg.
Good afternoon. It's Jenna. Thanks, Jenna Berg. Thanks for taking some time for me, honorable council members. I appreciate that budgets are always complicated and difficult, and I want to make sort of some general statements. And my general statement is that tourism is our most lucrative, I think, one of our most lucrative, cleanest industries. And as we begin to balance the local taxation versus what we might do with tourist taxes, I would like that to be something that, at least that's something I think about. One of the things that I notice, so I walk downtown once or twice a day. I walk through the parks, Alameda Park. I walk downtown. I'm very aware of what's going on. And I notice that you're doing all this paving on graduation week and graduation weekend. And that Opal took down their lovely outdoor dining. Carlitos removed theirs. When you have so many people coming to town and we're trying to generate cash and increase income to the city, I'm confused as to why Public Works would make the decision to do all the paving and taking everything down this week when they could have waited, and maybe even waited till the fall when tourism season is over, because we're trying to generate income. We generate a lot of that from tourism, and there's no parking signs. I've had people complain to me on the streets, what's going on here? We're here to enjoy Santa Barbara, and it's our busiest season. So I just want us to kind of think about the overall bigger picture of these small decisions we make and the impact they have on our ability to generate income. So that's one thing. The other thing, I know we've got this two-way traffic flow thing happening potentially in front of the the Arlington Theater. I saw the one-way go in front of the Arlington. I understand there are all kinds of accessibility needs there. And I know there's going to be a general plan for State Street coming up, and I think I'm going to miss that meeting in a couple of weeks. But I want to try to get us all to open our minds to the possibility of what I think is our most beautiful section of State Street, which is the Arlington, the Granada, the Museum of Art, and even the next block down. There's a beautiful 4-block stretch. It's a family-centered stretch. Further down, where I know there's a lot of proposals, that's that's younger people, it's ruckus, it's loud, and it's fun. I go down there, it's a lot of fun. I love the music. But there is a need to provide tourism for families, and one of the best places for them to go is that section. I know there's that two-way proposal and taking down the parklets, but I will recommend something that, in my experience, I drove quickly. I've got 25 seconds. I rode my bike on the solo bike lane to see how it worked. It doesn't work, you know, the stoplight doesn't work. When you try to cross, it never changes. And so you've got this weird, there's no lanes, and you've got this weird thing happening where you go across lanes, and then you're sitting there, and there's no lanes, and there's cars coming at you, and you're on the wrong side, and the lights aren't working. My proposal actually is to consider whether that was a good decision and to consider redoing it. I would rip it out if it was me. I'd rip it out, I'd get the traffic flow going, reduce the Mitchell-Torrena traffic flow in front of the Kids World Park. It's ridiculous, right? Rip it out. I know it was an investment, but
Thank you
I
very
know
much.
my time is up, but I really appreciate your consideration on these. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, back to council on item 13. Are there comments on anything with item 13 with the balance of the undecided items? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a few comments. I'd like to vote on C and G separately.
C and B?
And G.
C and G.
C and G separately, and I'll just make my comments on both of them now. First, overarching in the mid-cycle budget, this has been, the presentations have been really clear in terms of what are the big changes compared to what we approved last year, and it is hard to make these types of projections. But given how deeply we discussed certain things on C, about the schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges, I just felt so strongly about the 90 minutes in the parking, and I'm not really comfortable voting for the status quo on those fees, even though we'll be seeing the whole structure later. I really did feel that we had come to a really strong point of council of realizing the sort of economic benefits of inviting and welcoming locals to spend more time downtown. I also was really hoping that we were going to have a really deep dive on individual fees and fee structures. I think we talked a lot about that within community development and which of those fees we could raise. And I think what we're seeing is sort of just across the board, general, just everywhere fee increases. And like we just heard, 10% here or there on things that we, not being strategic about how we're looking at those. So I'm not opposed to some of them I'm opposed to, and rather than try to go through them line by line of seeing if we can get agreement, I could already see from how the direction went with the harbor slip fee discussion, and also some of the fees that we've talked about and had public commenters on before about some of the recreational aviation fees, and really I'd hoped that we were going to see some substantial increases in some of the fees for community benefit with development, and we never even considered them, and I think those could have offset some of the other fees. So on C, I'm going to vote no, and on G, along those same lines, I'm really not comfortable locking in capital without taking a deeper look holistically across the whole organization about what all these capital projects are. And we heard again today how the cost of capital has gone up so much. We heard that with waterfront, and I'm just not sure that every single one of the capital projects that we're looking at are worth it at this moment in our where we are economically. And I think it seems to me that maybe delaying just one project could balance our budget, and I don't think we've fully looked at that, so I'm not comfortable locking in the capital money without taking a deeper look at the whole organization. And before voting on those separately, I would like to make a motion to refer the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Plan to the Finance Committee for analysis and future recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to pause for a moment and talk about the appropriateness of that motion at this particular time. We already given, and city administrator already gave that direction, I think, going forward for finance committee. So I don't know if we need to or should be making a motion along those lines.
Mr. Mayor, it is within the bounds of the discussion on the budget to refer this matter to the Finance Committee, so I think it's fine to make a motion.
Okay.
With that regard, thank you.
Wasn't even sure it was necessary. I thought we'd already kind of given that direction, but if there's a motion and a second on the floor, any further discussion on that motion? Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, and I'm sorry, who is the second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. To refer the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Plan to the Finance Committee for future analysis and recommendation. Okay, very good. Ready for a vote? Please go ahead and vote on that motion.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. With that, we will go to Mr. Friedman.
Before we get into that, I just had a question. This is for Ms. Connect, going back to the previous discussion, but now that we're here for the liveaboards, that's part of where we are now, correct? So we can include direction to look at the liveaboard fee through the Harbor Commission?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, yes, that would be part of Resolution C, which is the main fee schedule. And so the liveaboards are part of that particular.
Okay, so I'm going to move C because I know Councilmember Sneddon would like to vote separately. So I'm going to move item C with that additional direction to the Harbor Commission on the liveaboard fee to study that and come back to council.
Okay, so we're having a separate vote on item C. We have a first on that motion.
So I'll second, and
Second, Mr.
just
Jordan.
a reminder that there's some language change on C that on the credit card deal that we would like included with that, right?
Is that okay to the maker of the
Yes.
motion? Okay, so we have a motion for item C on the table, a first and second with the amendments by Friedman and Jordan. Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Mid-City Attorney and Mr. DiMartini, do we need to read that language into the record, the revised?
Yeah, please do read that record, that changes into the record on the credit card. Thank you.
And it's under the finance and administrative fees, and it should read that effective July 1st, 2024, a convenience fee of up to 4% may be applied to credit card purchases.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I have here as the motion is motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to approve staff recommendation C with the amended language as just read into the record by Ms. Glusak, and with direction to the Harbor Commission to review the liveaboard fee and report back to council.
May I have the
Very
vote,
good.
please?
Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Passes 6-1 with Kristen Sneddon dissenting. And then we go back to Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is, just to clarify, this is just for capital, the capital projects. This isn't general fund, item G, correct? Okay. So I will move-
Councilmember Freeman, I'm sorry, if I may. I believe Resolution G gives the city administrator, it gives the city administrator the authority to approve of carryover appropriations, not only for capital projects, but it also for the operating funds as well. But those are very, very, very few transactions.
Thank you. So I will move item G as recommended by staff.
Okay, staff recommending on G. Is there a second? Second again. Second by Jordan. Ms. Gutierrez, question, comment?
Question? Yeah?
I'm sorry?
Question? May I? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you give examples of, when the city administrator would make a decision on a budget item?
Councilmember Gutierrez, we would be happy to do that. I have a couple off the top of my head. Ms. Glusak has some as well. The largest carryover that occurred last year out of the general fund was actually for the short-term rental enforcement program, which was a pilot program. That was a one-time action where council appropriated general fund reserves of over $1 million, just about $1 million, into the city attorney's operating budget. Only a little bit of that money was spent in the fiscal year that it was appropriated, so the vast majority of that funding was carried forward into the next fiscal year to be spent in a following fiscal year. There were also a couple of like individual projects that were delayed, and so that money was carried forward. A lot of the American Rescue Plan Act funding that was provided to the city through the federal government in response to COVID, that was one-time money that was to be spent over a couple of years, actually still ongoing, and so that money was appropriated all in one year, and then what wasn't spent has been carried forward. So those are some examples to draw from.
Can I just, Councilmember Gutierrez, I just want to clarify your question. Are you asking what the carry forwards are, or what budget decisions I would potentially make as city administrator that wouldn't come back to council?
Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, that'd be great.
If I may, Councilmember Gutierrez, one example that where she may make a decision, and I know we speak a lot about the larger multi-year projects, but the summer programs that we have. So those programs get appropriations for the fiscal year 24 budget because they start in fiscal year 24, but obviously a summer program will go over the June 30th barrier and go on into the next year. So we do make a long list of line-by-line items. We sit down with the city administrator and have approval for each one of those items when we do the carryover process. And part of that is just to allow for these programs to run smoothly. So there are some smaller ones. There's not a rote checklist. It is a little bit subjective, but it's more for the intent of that funding was to get this particular thing done. And so we're going to continue with that funding from that year instead of letting the monies fall back to fund.
Thank you for that clarification.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Perhaps I'm making a protest vote in the wrong section. I in no way mean to limit the city administrator's authority for projects as you're describing. What my question, I guess, is back to the capital projects and the locking those funds in, which does not sound like it's item G. It sounds like.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Sneddon. I think there is some general confusion around this with people who don't talk about it day in and day out. So there is a difference between the capital plan, as Director DeMartini mentioned, and the budget. So the budget is an annual spending plan, whereas the capital plan is kind of like your house, where you say, okay, I need to work on the roof in the next 5 years. It's 10 years old. I might have to push it out another year, et cetera. But the plumbing just went, I need to deal with that right now, or there was an earthquake or something happened. So there's a prioritization process. But you can, in the plan, you can say, I need to do things A through Z and then prioritize which ones need to come first. So some of those are going to get perpetually pushed out in the manner in which you described, where we will go down, the staff goes down those lists of projects and kind of prioritizes them. What I'm hearing from you is that you would like to see a little bit more clarity in what those projects are, et cetera. And we do have that plan come out every 2 years for review along with the budget. And we can work on communicating that a little bit better.
And which item in our list here, A through H, has those capital projects already baked in?
The one that has the capital spending for the year is item A, and that is the full budget.
The full budget, okay. Thank you. I'm fine with voting on G with everybody else in the affirmative.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion on the floor and a second on staff recommendation for G. Does everybody understand the motion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to approve recommendation G. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And then I will entertain a motion on the balance of the recommendations.
I'll make that motion. I think A, B, F, and H.
Moved by Jordan. Second by Friedman. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will vote with the affirmative for this. I just want to make the comment and thank our finance department for considering bringing back a list of all these capital projects that I think in the past we've sort of approved and moved forward, but given the incredible increase in construction costs, that maybe we can look at some of those not being as immediate. Thank you.
All righty. And with that, does everybody understand the motion for the balance of the, Madam Clerk?
Very good. Mayor and Council, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to approve recommendations A, B, F, and H, the balance of the recommendations. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. It passed unanimously. The budget is adopted. Director Martini, and I will comment that you did a fabulous job of teeing all this up this year, and I feel well informed walking into this after our many sessions going through all this. So thank you. Should we move on to the next item 14, Madam Administrator? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Would you read item 14, please?
Item 14, proposed ballot measure on transaction and use tax increase to maintain essential local services for the November 5th, 2024 general election ordinance introduction resolution. Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the imposition of the Santa Barbara Essential Local Services Tax, subject to approval by the electors by the addition of Chapter 4.15 to Title 4 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara ordering the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Santa Barbara a measure relating to the establishment of a general transaction and use sales tax at the consolidated general municipal election to be held on November 5th, 2024.
Okay, you're still wearing your lucky tie. Mr. DiMartini, is this your item as well?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini. I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Irely, the Assistant City Administrator, and it is our pleasure to present an overview of the proposed ballot measure today. On this slide is the recommendation for the City Council. It is exactly what the City Clerk has just read into the record, so it is an item to adopt an ordinance and a resolution which would authorize placing a possible sales tax measure on the November 2024 ballot. This slide here summarizes the potential uses for a potential transaction and use or a sales tax measure. The city is considering a half-cent tax increase to be put on the November 2024 ballot. Funding for this measure could be used for services that are included on this slide here, which include maintaining 911, emergency medical, police crime prevention and fire response services. Could also include funding for the recently created Local Housing Trust Fund, addressing homelessness, keeping public areas safe and clean, maintaining libraries and parks and recreation programs, and then any other services and infrastructure that is currently maintained and funded by the city's general fund. On this slide, it shows what the proposed ballot measure is being proposed for on the November 2024 ballot. I will not read it word for word, but it is basically all of the services that were identified on the slide that I just presented. Again, all these services and these functions are currently funded by the city's general fund. By establishing the half-cent sales tax, staff is projecting that it would generate approximately $15.6 million annually. This tax measure, very similar to Measure C that was adopted by the voters back in 2017, would require audits. There would be public spending disclosures, and all of the funds that would be generated from this measure would stay here locally, 100% of them, and they would be used locally for City of Santa Barbara services. Again, before you today is an ordinance that would authorize the levy of the half-cent transaction and use tax. It also has language in it that would require the annual audit. There is also a resolution, which is the action by council to formally place the measure on the ballot with the county. And then it also directs the city attorney to prepare the required impartial analysis. And during the conversation with the city council last week, during the regular meeting, As we discussed, staff would bring back a separate resolution to the City Council in the coming months that would articulate the funding priorities if the voters were to approve this measure in November. That is a resolution that the City Council adopted with the passage of Measure C as well, so it would be a very similar approach. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions from council for staff? All right, with that, we have a public speaker slip. Cecilia Harris.
Need my glasses here. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I have 2 requests or recommendations, and I'll get to those through the end, I promise. It seems clear that we will need a half-cent tax increase on the ballot this fall because we need to ensure that the city has sustainable funding for our essential services. In recent town hall meetings, in public responses in the media, in prior city council meetings, you've heard your constituents ask that you fund the library to sustain and enhance our essential services to the community. There is strong support for the library, and clearly the people of Santa Barbara understand how these are essential services. As you know, our neighbors' needs include things like programs and services for child development, literacy improvement for adults and children, free access to internet and computers, training and development, updated collections, all in community spaces that are bilingual. They're free, they're safe, and they're equitable. This is our library. It equally serves the homeless and the housed and sees each person as deserving. Based on strong public support for the library, you saw to it that our central library moved to 7 days a week being open, and we thank you for that, and our community does as well. We need to open the East Side Library 7 days a week as well. That part of our community deserves the same level of service. So what are we asking? For the reasons that I've outlined, I want to recommend that the library definitely be maintained in the language of the ballot in the fall, listed specifically along with the other services as we saw. This is fair, and we believe the voters will support the ballot, seeing that the library is mentioned specifically. And once the tax measure is passed this fall, as we all hope, we need assurance that the library will continue to be listed among the public service priorities. After the sales tax is passed, as was mentioned, the City Council will set priorities for how the resources will be used. Include the library in your written comments and commitments, please, so that the library will continue to be included in the list of essential services and priorities into the future. This will enable sustained funding going forward to provide library services that are essential, that our community needs and deserves. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Back to council for questions. And if there are no questions, I will entertain, a motion. Is that you?
I was just, there was no, if there's questions, if there wasn't, I was
No.
gonna
You the man.
move the staff recommendation to put it on the ballot.
Moved by Freeman, second by Alejandro Gutierrez. May we have any further discussion on the motion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the staff recommendations. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Good job. The lucky tie. We can move on now to our appointments to our city advisory groups. And the way this will work is I'm going to call out the name of the group, and if you are here to appoint, well, as we're done with interviews, so we're just going to vote on you guys, but if you're here or not here, it doesn't matter. And where's our clerk? Oh, Norma. Mr. Friedman.
Sorry, I just have a question in regards to single-family design board, being that they were supposed to interview earlier and nobody interviewed. How do we handle that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, from what I am seeing, there is nobody that is interviewed. Correct. So there is no one to appoint.
And
But you may want to ask if anybody is here now to interview.
Correct.
as a matter of fact, Madam Attorney, I believe we have one that's here.
Yes.
Would you come forward to the microphone, please? Identify yourself and the board you're running for.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Mayor, dear council members. I'm running for the Single Family Design Board Review. I'm a licensed architect.
Excuse me, could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, sure. I'm Shanar Moslahi.
Okay.
And I was a licensed architect back in Tehran, where I was born and raised, and practiced architecture for like 10 years, and moved to States in 2019 to do a post-grad program, and then moved to Santa Barbara 3 years ago, and I fell in love with this city and this community, and now currently I'm working with the Kernel Collective architecture firm, which has served the community for more than 40 years. And I think I want to approach follow the same approach and serve this community that I call home now. And I would appreciate the opportunity that has been given to me, that I can be part of this. And my friend who is the chair at the Single Family Design Board, and my colleague who has I collaborated on different projects, encouraged me that they need a diverse experience and background on the board. So that's why I'm here.
All right, very good. Any questions for this candidate? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What do you work on, mostly?
So I started, when I came to Santa Barbara, most of the single-family projects, but now it's different scales and different style of architecture, so multifamily, single-family, and housing projects mostly.
Very good. And then,
due to the housing crisis of the Santa Barbara.
then what neighborhood do you live in?
I'm in Goleta.
Okay.
I mean, I live in Old Town Goleta, but my work is on State Street.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Any further questions? Ms. Sneddon has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Not for the candidate, but for the category. In our different documents, it has different listings for the number of vacancies. Today's printout says 2 vacancies, but our original printout said 1. And then if you could just confirm for me, there's 4 names listed, but I think we've only had 1 interview. Is that?
Ms. Welsh.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Senate, that is correct. So during the semi-annual recruitment, there was only 1 vacancy, and then someone resigned without, they resigned after the deadline for the semi-annual recruitment, so that's why we had the special recruitment now.
And can you confirm we've just had 1 applicant interview?
That is correct.
So these other names listed in today's packet
Yes.
are not valid?
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All righty then. Let's move through the categories. We will read off category and entertain nominations nominations for each one. And in some cases, we'll be choosing by acclamation. We'll start out with Architectural Board of Review.
By acclamation,
Thank
William
you.
Anderson.
Acclamation, Anderson, thank you. Moving on to Arts Advisory Committee with 2 vacancies. Okay. Well, we moved by acclamation. Did we actually have to take a vote, or did we already acclaimed as a body? We've always just acclaimed. If you prefer, would you prefer a vote, Madam Attorney?
I think it is better to
Okay.
vote on that, yeah.
Okay, let's get a motion and a second on the acclamation appointment of William Anderson.
I'll second.
For a second, Harmon Jordan? Friedman Jordan.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to move Anderson for the Architectural Board of Review. Go ahead and vote, please.
Okay, passes unanimously. Moving on, Arts Advisory Committee, motion? Or no number? Moved by acclamation by Harmon. Anybody second that? Second by Freeman. We have the vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to appoint Carol Goodman and Sonela Velahi by acclamation to the Arts Advisory Committee. Go ahead and vote, please.
Unanimous, thank you very much. Building and Fire Code of Appeals, we have 5 vacancies and 2 candidates. Moved by acclamation Harmon, second by Oscar Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to appoint Nick Kuntz and Paul Spieler to the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens, 1 vacancy, 1 candidate. Mr. Howard Green. Moved by acclamation by Friedman. Second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to appoint E. Howard Green to the Central Coast Commission for Senior Citizens. Please vote.
That's unanimous, thank you. No candidates for Citizens Oversight. We'll move to Civil Service Commission, 1 vacancy, 1 candidate, Craig Smith.
I'd like to move by acclamation.
Moved by acclamation, Sneddon. Second by Friedman, or Oscar Gutierrez, thank you.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to appoint Craig Smith to the Civil Service Commission. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Community Development and Human Services, no candidates. Community Events and Festivals Committee, 3 vacancies, 2 candidates, Roger Perry and Dacia Harwood. Moved by acclamation, Harmon, seconded by Oscar Gutierrez.
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to appoint Roger Perry and Dacia Harwood to the Community Events and Festivals Committee. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. The County of Santa Barbara Library Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy, 1 candidate, Amber Caldwell. Moved by acclamation Friedman, second by Oscar Gutierrez.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to appoint Amber Caldwell to the County of Santa Barbara Library Advisory Committee. Please go ahead and vote.
It's not showing up.
Oh, did it work? Sorry. Try it now.
Anybody not?
Yep.
Are we live?
Thank you. Passed unanimously. Creeks Advisory Committee, 1 candidate, 1 vacancy. It's Todd Rulon Miller. Moved by acclamation, Oscar Gutierrez. Second by Eric Friedman.
May I make a statement or comment on
Okay,
this
Ms.
candidate?
Sneddon.
I believe though there's 1 vacancy and 1 applicant, there were some comments in the applicant's interview that I found problematic and could not support on the Creeks Advisory Committee.
All right, so noted. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to appoint Conway Todd Rulon Miller to the Creeks Advisory Committee. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1 with Sneddon dissenting. Downtown Parking Committee, we have one vacancy and 2 candidates.
Nominate Stahl.
Stahl? Okay. Any other nominations for this? And we have a motion, please.
Okay, this is motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to appoint Anita Stahl to the Downtown Parking Committee. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously. Very good. Housing Authority Commission, we have 3 vacancies, 4 candidates. I would entertain nominations. Mr. Gutierrez?
I nominate Megan Turley.
Okay, Turley. Mr. Friedman?
I'll nominate Mary Fenger, and since they are different categories.
All right. Further nominations? Ms. Sneddon?
There are 3 vacancies, correct? Yeah, so I'll also nominate Kirsten Ellis.
Kirsten Ellis, thank you. And Mr. Friedman?
We need to double check because what I'm looking at is that the top, Kirsten Ellis, Leah Sling, and Megan Turley are all in the public at large, but there's only one opening for that.
Okay.
And
Then I rescind that nomination.
Okay, Mr. Frederick, should you have a specific comment to this, or?
I was going to add that correction there.
Okay. I'm glad somebody's paying attention out there. So, any further nominations? Okay, with that, as we go through the vote, we will each we will each vote for 3.
There's only 2.
Only vote for 2. Oh, because of the categories. Got it. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Friedman?
I think since there's only 2, can we move it by acclamation to appoint Megan Turley and Mary Fenger to the appropriate slots?
Okay, moved by Friedman, second by Jordan. Acclamation with Turley and Fenger. Any further discussion on that? Let's take the vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to appoint Megan Turley and Mary Finger to the Housing Authority Commission. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously with Turley and Finger. Living Wage Advisory Committee, no candidates. Neighborhood Advisory Council, we have 9 vacancies. We have 1 applicant. Moved by acclamation, Harmon. Second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Thank you. We have the vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, to appoint Sebastian Aldana Jr. to the Neighborhood Advisory Council. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. Sebastian Aldana Jr. Parks and Recreation Commission, no candidates. Rental Housing Mediation Board, 4 vacancies and 2 candidates.
Move by acclamation.
Moved by acclamation, Sneddon. Second by Jordan. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Seddon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to appoint Scott Barash and E. Howard Green to the Rental Housing Mediation Board. Please go ahead and vote.
That's passed unanimously. Thank you. And then, Ms. Welsh, we're going on this Santa Barbara Youth Council. Are we limited within the categories on this in terms of what we've got here?
That is correct. The applicants have already been slotted into the categories they best fit.
All right, very good. So everybody understand what we're doing here? We can only pick 1 out of the local private school independent studies and 2 out of the public large city county of the candidates available. May I have some nominations, please? Mr. Friedman.
So, because there's a few of them where there's going to be multiple, can we just go through each of the categories and just vote that way? So, like, the first one I'd move by acclamation for SB Unified School District, Clara Stump and Kieran Stone.
That's fine with me. Is that a move? Is that the pleasure of the rest of the council? Go ahead and take these by category. Okay. So Freeman by acclamation for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. The second on Alejandro Gutierrez. May we have the vote on that, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to appoint Clara Stump and Kieran Stone to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. Please go ahead and vote.
That's unanimous for Stump and Stone, and we'll go on to the next category. May I have the nomination, please, between the two candidates and the one
Zavala.
One for Zavala. Ms. Sneddon, anybody else?
I second it. To move.
Okay, so first and second on Cindy Zavala for the category. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to appoint Cindy Zavala to the Santa Barbara Youth Council. Please go ahead and vote.
Unanimous for Cindy Zavala. Thank you very much. In public at large, we have 2 out of the 4 candidates. May I have a nomination, please? Ms. Gutierrez.
Atsiri Bernal and Itzel Leon.
I'm sorry, which one?
Atsiri Bernal and Itzel Leon.
Okay.
Second.
Any further nominations?
Okay, motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to appoint Bernal and Leon to the Youth Council. Please go ahead and vote.
Very good. It passes unanimously. And we'll go to the Single Family Design Review Board. And we have 2 vacancies and 4 applicants. 4 applicants and 2 vacancies. That's what I meant.
One up.
Oh, is he the only one that,
Their names are.
oh, I thought,
They didn't interview.
They didn't interview.
oh, then why are they on the sheet?
One interview.
Mr. Mayor, they
know,
could
but
have
I mean-
interviewed today.
What's that?
All 4 could have interviewed today, but only.
Oh, okay.
Ms.
Well,
Wilson
then I'll
did.
take that nomination. I thought Motisha interviewed as well, but apparently not. Okay, may I have the, on Moselli? Yeah. The second?
Second.
Second by Harmon.
This is a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to appoint Shanar Mosley to the Single Family Design Board. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously, thank you. Sister Cities Board, no applicants. And Water Commission, 1 vacancy, 1 application.
Lindsay Cooney. Nominate.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Friedman?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to appoint Lindsay Cooney to the Water Commission. Please go ahead and vote.
Mr. Jordan. That passed unanimously, by the way. Mr. Jordan, yeah.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I just have a question on the Single Family Design Board. So when we first saw this, there was 1 vacancy, and then subsequent to that, we lost a body and we turned it into 2. And I know we just roll over prior names from prior applications. Do we proactively reach out to those people after we know there's 2 and let them know that there's a position available?
That is correct,
Thank you.
Councilmember Jordan.
Thanks.
Good question.
All right, very good. Madam Administrator, should this be a break moment, or?
That would be fine if the council would like to take a break before we start the next
Well,
item.
this is going to be a rather lively next item, so Should we do our break now, council? Is that what the preference is? Okay, very good. I appreciate your patience for those in the audience. So waiting for the next item. We will be back at quarter of. 15. Madam Clerk, would you read the item 15B into the record, please?
Yes, item 15, appointments to city advisory groups, and we're looking at recommendation B, make corrections to term end dates of some positions for certain advisory groups.
All right, would you like a separate motion on that?
Yes, we'd be looking for a motion on that item.
Okay, can I get a motion on item 15B, please?
Second.
Moved by Friedman, second by Harmon. May I have the vote, please? 15B is just, we just missed it last time. Part of the 15.
Very good.
Let's vote on that, please.
And this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for recommendation B for item 15. Please go ahead and vote. Recommendation B as in boy for item 15, the appointments item.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to item 16. Would you read that into the record, please?
Yes, item 16, short-term vacation rental discussion.
Okay, very good. This was brought as a two-person memo by Council Members Jordan and Freeman, and I will look to them to make the presentation. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm briefly just going to go over what prompted us to bring this item and then offer some opinions on context of where the memo authors thought we should go, and then carry on from there. So I think most of what I have to say is pretty obvious, that short-term vacation rentals have grown significantly in numbers in our city over the last decade, and our zoning ordinances are antiquated given the development of them, just like anything else that happens out there in an entrepreneurial method and happens quickly. And the impact of those is they intrude into existing single and even some multi-family residential zones whose zonings never contemplated those type of uses or their impacts. Some of the neighborhood and policy tensions that exist are they erode or degrade the expected feel and the zone uses of those areas. They become transient visitor lodging instead of long-term neighbors. There's increased traffic, parking, and noise that is not contemplated in those zones. And they reduce the housing opportunities for residents, both through units being moved off the market permanently and also in unaffordability for residents chasing those units or even driving up the housing market costs for other available units. We also have relatively little or no oversight that addresses their negative characteristics, particularly in the coastal zone. So our goal was to have a discussion that would address the lack of oversight, address the conflicts that exist within the current zoning ordinances, and look for ways to protect this erosion of housing stock. And we have, I think, relatively three simple starting points in our mind. You'll hear from both of us, but one, anywhere in the city, we feel that there is merit to having something that we would call a home share. So you would have a full-time permanent resident that lived in a property who would share the use of their residence, and they could do that in two manners. They could be continually present while the unit was shared, and we would suggest that there be no limit on that type of number of days per year. Or if somebody wanted to leave for a period of time, that you could limit the amount of time, we would limit those number of days per year. So that would be a school teacher off during the summers. They would want to leave their house for a month, and somebody could use their month. The key component there is that house is used by a full-time resident other than when it's shared. Then outside the coastal zone, and historical short-term vacation rentals right now are allowed in hotel zones. And they are part of the mix of our current tension between hotels, short-term vacation rentals, and residential uses in dually zoned zones. And our thought there is that we should get out of that business of allowing short-term vacation rentals outside the coastal zone. There would be some that would be left because they're permitted now and they'd be grandfathered in, but there's probably an easy method that you'll hear from staff that would just remove the references to hotel, short-term vacation rentals in the existing zones that allow both residential and hotels. Then the elephant in the room, I think, certainly for me and probably for Councilmember Friedman too, is the coastal zone. So we have challenges there, but our suggestion is there is a historically and predominantly tourism and hotel and short-term rental area that exists already in the city. We would suggest that's something like below the freeway between Castillo Street and the zoo, Ninos. So that is predominantly a tourism geographic area that may have some single-family, well, it does. It does have some single-family homes in it, and West Beach has some multifamily homes, but they are integrated in with the dynamics of short-term vacation rentals and hotels. And that outside that area, whatever area that would be in the coastal zone, we would no longer allow them. So all of that has some challenges. One, the overwhelming to me is the longer we wait to do something, the worse it gets, particularly in the coastal zone. You can walk downstairs right now with an address and buy a license and pay your TOT, and that's all you have to do. You don't even have a pathway to go get a permit like you would in the current situation outside the coastal zone. And then, of course, we'll have challenges in the coastal zone with the California Coastal Commission and convincing them that the community impacts that exists override the benefits in the coastal zone of just a free-for-all for short-term vacation rentals. And I'd also acknowledge that there will be staffing issues, both staffing resource issues, burdens with both the Community Development Department and the City Attorney's Office. This is particularly in the coastal zone, a major project undertaking, probably a year or more. And then anything we do, like anything else we do, significantly increases the burden on enforcement. And so I recognize all that, but I kind of go back to the first point, and that is the longer we wait to do something, the worse it's going to get. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate Councilmember Jordan kicking us off on this. He articulated most of the points that we had discussed at length in order to bring it forward. Both he and I, our districts, the Mesa all the way up into Yankee Farm, Braemar, that area, we've had a lot of issues brought up to by our constituents in there within the coastal zone at large, and so there's a lot of individuals who are watching what we're going to be doing today that are living in those neighborhoods and have seen significant changes. Just to reiterate, starting within the coastal zone, the boundaries that Councilmember Jordan suggested, there may be a path to working with the Coastal Commission to address their concern about coastal access, and that's why they're supportive of those, because they do offer additional coastal access, and to have an area that's designated for that, but also protects neighborhoods that are kind of outside the amenities, the services of hotels and restaurants and others, is a path that we are hopeful that the Coastal Commission would work with us on, and they've been favorable, as I understand, in other communities in doing that. So that's one path. And then outside the coastal zone again, we have these challenges of housing in particular. And the reason that we're looking at the home share program is there are, in addition to the individuals that live there, there's affordability challenges for many homeowners as well, especially seniors who are on limited incomes. School teachers, we're seeing challenges going on with the school district and their teachers right now, and those who live in their homes, if there was a limited home share type of program that other communities have seemed to implement, it would help improve finances for middle-class folks. And like Councilmember Jordan said, that a teacher is a prime example. They end the school year in June, they're out for a few weeks with their families, they could rent that out at that time, still paying the hotel TOT, bed tax, they'd be registered with that, but they're also accountable to their neighbors because they live there primarily year-round, and so their neighbors know them, so any issues that come up, it's not only do you have the city enforcement, but you also have the ability to go to your neighbors. So there are some changes that we're suggesting and on that. And then one of the other proposals with that would be, with that home share, would be to limit the number of consecutive days with that, so that someone doesn't say leave for the whole summer and the entire summer it's a constant turnover, and that would impact the neighborhood. So other communities have done that as well, whether 10, 14 days, you get 30, 60, 90 days a year. There's different models out there that they've done. So there are options that would still allow vacation rentals and people to come to our community and experience our community in that way. It is popular, but also give us more controls in there. And then finally, back within the coastal zone, what we're proposing would also not only be something that would help be favorably start off on the right foot with the Coastal Commission, it also would help us address the lawsuit that was against us that really limits what we're able to do. So these are the opening where we're there, and again, this really comes out from affordability. And the last thing I'll say is that, Councilmember Jordan did mention it, is that right now, especially in the coastal zone, the ability for investors to come in and purchase homes is something that incentivizes the pricing to go up. And there's even issues with hotel chains or others that are purchasing up properties and using them for that type of sense. So the more we can get people living back in the homes in the community, the better off we'll be in terms of restoring our neighborhoods. So with that, that's our presentation to start.
Thank you very much. Before we go to council questions, I'd like to have staff make their presentation, if you would. Mr. Busk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Allison DeBusk. I'm the city planner. And as mentioned, we're here today to discuss short-term vacation rental regulations within the city, and that was at the direction of City Council on April 16th, 2024. A short-term vacation rental, or STVR, is the rental of any dwelling unit to any person for a period of 30 days or less. STVRs are considered as hotels under the city's zoning ordinance. Short-term vacation rentals do bring up several policy issues, as have been touched on. Because they are generally more lucrative than long-term rentals, their existence compounds the city's housing crisis. Additionally, there are neighborhood and nuisance issues such as noise, trash, parking, traffic, and loss of community. Because short-term vacation rentals are considered as hotels under our zoning ordinance, they are only allowed in zones that allow hotels, and those zones are listed on this slide. In some cases, they're allowed by right, and in other cases, they require a conditional use permit. This is a map of the zones that allow hotels within them, so the areas in purple allow hotels and therefore also allow short-term vacation rentals. The hatched area is the coastal zone. And this is a map that shows the location of existing or former short-term vacation rentals within the city. Only the red and dark blue dots have been officially permitted. As you can see, most of the short-term vacation rentals are in single-unit zones where they cannot legally be permitted. If we overlay the map of the permitted areas, that would be the area in purple, and so most of these dots are outside of that area. It's estimated that we have over 1,100 unpermitted short-term vacation rentals, or I should say unlawful short-term vacation rentals operating in the city. The current process to get a short-term vacation rental approved within the zones where it's allowed, it does require several steps, and it has various requirements depending on the situation. Sometimes a building permit is all that's needed, but more often it does also require a planning process. In general, it requires a change of use from residential to commercial, and that takes place with the building permit. It also requires non-residential square footage to be allocated under the city's growth management ordinance. And so if the unit is over 1,000 square feet, that also triggers the requirement for a development plan. There are setback and parking requirements, and those requirements may be different for a hotel versus a residential unit. As an example, maneuverability regulations are different for commercial versus residential development. Commercial projects cannot back out onto a street, which is a limitation with a lot of these that are trying to convert from residential to non-residential use. We also have the tenant displacement assistance ordinance that applies to these projects. And in the coastal zone, a coastal development permit is required. Additionally, any exterior changes would trigger design review. The city does enforce on short-term vacation rentals. Due to an increase in these short-term rentals, the city began proactive enforcement on them in 2015. However, in 2018, our resources shifted to defend the city's ability to prohibit short-term vacation rentals in multiple legal cases. The decision on the Cracky case required the city to go back to pre-2015 enforcement within the coastal zone, which means that enforcement can only occur based on receiving nuisance complaints. However, the decision in the Santa Barbara Inland and Coastal Property Rights Association case stated that proactive enforcement in non-coastal zones was allowed to continue. And then in 2023, City Council established the short-term rental enforcement pilot program within the City Attorney's Office. This short-term rental enforcement pilot program gathers data on the number and location of short-term vacation rentals, and the goal is to gain compliance. In the inland areas, this means to achieve permanent compliance on illegal short-term vacation rentals, and in the coastal zone, it means compliance as set forth in the Cracky case. This pilot program was initially established for 1 year, but was made permanent on April 16th, 2024. And almost $600,000 has been collected in back taxes, penalties, and fees through this program. The pilot program has opened 151 cases. Approximately a third of those resulted in voluntary compliance, and approximately a third are still in process. Also, back in September 2022, the Community Development Department brought forward a framework for Council's consideration of a short-term rental permitting program. That framework was intended to maintain a primarily residential use of the property, and it would allow a short-term vacation rental in any zone that allows residential use. However, it would be prohibited in the high fire hazard area, prohibited for rental units, which means you do need to have an owner-occupied unit in order to participate. It would be prohibited if it's a designated affordable housing unit. It would be prohibited if there's an ADU on site, which also means prohibited in the primary residence, even if there's an ADU on site, and that's consistent with our ADU ordinance. And it would be prohibited if there's an open enforcement case on the property. The proposed permitting process would have allowed for up to 90 nights of short-term vacation rental use annually, with an annual renewal, flat fees, a site inspection, neighborhood notice, and performance standards. Examples of some of the performance standards that were proposed were a 2-night minimum stay, occupancy limits based on the number of bedrooms, with 10 people being the maximum, nuisance response plan with 24/7 response requirement, quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., and no special events or commercial activities such as weddings or corporate retreats would be allowed. So in conclusion, to facilitate today's discussion, staff recommends that City Council consider the following questions in their deliberations. Should short-term vacation rentals continue to be allowed in zones where they are currently allowed? Should the requirements for permitting short-term vacation rentals in allowable zones be changed or remain the same? And which elements of the September 2022 short-term vacation rental framework discussion warrant further policy development and discussion? And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to council for questions. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm happy to see this item come back and that it's been directed by council several times, so appreciate, I don't know that it needed to take a two-person memo to bring it back, but happy that that sped that up to bring it here. My question is about home share, and it's something we've talked a lot about in different ways, but something in the presentations, and maybe this is a question for council members Jordan and Friedman, but you were saying both possibly it could be someone on site at all times, but then you also used the teacher example away for the summer. And I know a lot of teachers who rent their homes out for the summer so they can afford to live in Santa Barbara. A lot of colleagues of my own. And but under the short-term vacation, they can do so for 30 days or more. But I was just confused about the framework as we're discussing it, because you were saying both, maybe it could be someone who's always on site in a home share, but then you use the example of teachers, and those would be who leave for the summer, and that would be something different, right? Or if you could
Freeman,
clarify.
wanna go ahead and
Yeah,
respond
I
to
think it's a question, and Councilmember Jordan actually talked through that, and so there's two different situations. The easiest one is the teacher example, where they would be away and they would rent it for a certain number of days. That's something we're proposing. But there's also, if you are somebody who is in your home and you are actually there when they're on site, like say you're a senior citizen, you're not going to be traveling, but you want some extra income for whatever reasons, that you would be able to rent out the rooms and perhaps have a larger cap if you're on site. So maybe if you're away from the property, you could have like 30, 60, 90 days per year as a max if you're away. But if you're actually on site, you could have a higher where somebody's coming in to rent a room for a few days with you. So there's...
Would that be like a bed and breakfast type situation then?
Not sure on the bed and breakfast. It was more of just you're renting a room for somebody through whatever platform, and then they come in and they pay the rate. So that's basically somebody just has a room while you're there.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So home share, you're using that term for both of these scenarios?
That's where we started, yeah, for them. There's the home share where they're on site, and then there would be for when they're not there.
Okay, so primary residents rent it out in their absence.
Yeah, so in both cases, it would be the primary residence. It would just be whether or not they're actually on location when the tourist is here versus they're not on location.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. I do want to point out that both District 1, Alejandro Gutierrez, and District 4 also have substantial areas in the coastal zone, including Coast Village Road and East Beach and through Lower Milpas area too. So thank you for bringing this. It's a joint concern.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I also appreciate this discussion, but I'm struggling a little bit to understand. I have a lot of questions, but I don't know that any of them are really appropriate to be asked right now. And so that's where I'm struggling a little bit, because some of my answers to these questions may change as a result of the substantive info that we receive. And I'll just give you an example. Maybe you can answer it now, or maybe you can say, give me your high-level thoughts now and come back. But one of the things that I've heard anecdotally from a lot of other communities that have moved to ban, which would be my inclination, by the way, short-term rentals altogether, is that they have actually had sort of the opposite effect once they've put the ban in place, because enforcement is such a challenge, and having no rules at all means that there's just this massive proliferation of illegal STRs with no permitting requirements, no rules, nothing at all, and it becomes this massive free-for-all. So I don't know if our staff has any feedback on that now, or if not, maybe I'm just foreshadowing that for me, understanding how we're actually going to enforce a ban in a meaningful way is critical.
Let me interrupt. Actually, Ms. McAdoo, would you frame this discussion for us so
Thank
we
you,
know
Mr. Mayor.
exactly how far we're going with this tonight? And
So I think this is the first step in a bigger conversation to hopefully give staff some guidance about what to come back with in terms of a regulatory framework. There could be this discussion of we just want to ban all short-term rentals. Again, I think that would present, as you indicated, some significant enforcement challenges without additional staff and resources to manage that program. I think there's also, as you know, I've talked with some of your colleagues, a balance because this does, by doing so, a home share program where there's the ability for people who are trying to stay in their homes to maybe rent a room while they're in it. That allows maybe a senior citizen to stay in their home and not face the affordability crisis that we're going through. So I think staff is, I think, trying to wend a path and create some balanced regulations based on feedback we've heard from your colleagues. But tonight is really about kind of understanding what your interests are and trying to see if we can find at least a majority of you who agree on a certain regulatory path forward that then staff would put together in an ordinance and a framework to bring back to council. Does that help answer?
It definitely does. I appreciate it. I guess then my follow-up question, and then I'll be done, Mr. Mayor, is just, let's say there is a majority who want to move to ban. Would we still have other, my concern is if I say, like, I want to ban it tonight, I don't actually know what that means. And so while that may be sort of what's in my head, I have no evidence or information to back it up.
I think we would come back
So
with
that's understood that
research.
we
and
could
I
change or not change.
That's my understanding, and I think the city attorney may weigh in because I think the ban would also require us to go through a process with the Coastal Commission for permitting based on the former lawsuit decision. So while the council could say we want to ban it tonight, there's definitely some steps in the process that would have to happen, and we'd want to bring back some additional resource and analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Harmon, I could just add to that a little bit that in terms of what we're seeking tonight, so we wouldn't be coming back in any event with any ordinances. What we would be coming back with at the next step would be a kind of a regulatory framework and a programmatic kind of way to approach this. So it would be, okay, here is sort of an outline of a program. This is what it would take in terms of ordinances and the staff time that would be required to put that together. Here is the other regulatory avenues that we would need to approach. We'd have to go to Coastal Commission if it was within the coastal zone. This is the enforcement element of it, because all of this would also include significant enforcement requirements, staffing, money, budget, all of that. So, no matter what council directs today, the next step will be coming back with a program. And, in terms of your substantive comments, except for that small hotel area, which Mr. Buss showed you on the map, STRs are now banned in the city, right? So, the general rule right now is they are banned except for that small area which allows hotels. And there's only probably 16 or so STRs that have been legally permitted in the city. In the coastal zone, it's more nuanced because of the fact that when in 2015 we started to enforce upon the ban, we were sued in the Cracky lawsuit. We lost because that enforcement was determined to be a development that required Coastal Commission approval. So through that Cracky case, it was ruled we couldn't enforce without a coastal development permit. So our enforcement is that we can only enforce on nuisance-based complaints. So STRs are allowed, they must pay TOTs, get business permits, but they're not allowed, we can enforce if they're nuisance-based complaints, they're still not allowed. So it's nuanced, but so the general rule is they're not allowed except in that small little area. So that's where, it gets a little bit nuanced.
No, that's super helpful, and I would point out, I guess then that sort of goes to my point, if there's already a ban and they're still so problematic across the city, ban clearly has.
Correct, and that's why the city attorney's office started that enforcement program, which has been, very successful, but, it is kind of digging in the sand, but we are increasing our enforcement efforts, and I think it's gone, a long way, but we still need to keep on with that effort.
Yeah, thank you both for that clarification. That's why I want to kind of remind my colleagues that the step tonight is to direct staff on our menu of possibilities going forward. We still have a number of people to hear from that are both in the neighborhoods and in the industry, so that's also going to help us form our direction to you. So our questions really should hopefully stick to what we're talking about in the presentations so far. Ms. Gutierrez, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you go back to the map of number 7? Is there a way that you can zoom so we can see sort of like where the lines of the district, these homes are identified?
Councilmember Gutierrez, unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this
Okay.
map.
I just wanted to understand where they're at outside of that purple area. Okay. My other question is, for slide number 6, the individuals that would benefit from this program, they would have to go and get permits, and how long is that going to take, and how costly will that cost the homeowner? I'm just curious of like just the cost and time.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez, it really does depend on the project. It depends on the size of the unit. As I said, if it needs a development plan, that is a significant cost. So if it's over 1,000 square feet, that is a significant cost. If there's any parcel also where they want to convert more than one unit, then it does require a hotel conversion permit, which is an even more significant cost. So if either of those things are involved, it does start to lengthen the process. Although in general, I would say that most of the ones that we have seen only trigger design review because they're doing minor exterior alterations. And those generally move fairly quickly. I actually don't have any information, though, on how long it takes to get the building permit. I haven't done that research.
I'm just curious, just because we were talking, the examples of the teachers came up. And from the teachers that I know, especially the ones that are struggling right now, if they want to go on vacation and, oh, this is a great program, I just don't want them to find themselves in the process of, if this program goes through, and for them, it's not going to be feasible. It's too much money to even go through the process. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how expensive this is going to be. What areas are they actually going to be at? Because in my district, like Ms. Nedden said, there are homes that are, I could see how there's a couple teachers that live there that would potentially love this idea, but going through the process, they'll be like, no, it's just too much money.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, could I just ask you for a little clarification? You're asking what the process would be if we had a home share program, such as Councilmember Jordan and Friedman are suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Ms. DeBusk is referring to is the program to get a legal STR currently, which are two very different things. The home share program, these are existing homes where we would just now permit people to rent out rooms, essentially, and we would have a permit program. So they would just, and we don't even know what that would look like. That's what we were going to come back to you. If council wants to pursue that avenue, we're going to come back to you with, how they would get registered, how many days of the year they could do it, whether they'd have to be there, whether they wouldn't have to be there, but they wouldn't have to get a building permit necessarily to change their homes.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, with that, we'll go to public comment. We have one of the speakers here. Start out with Andy Malton, followed by Tiffany Holler. And by the way, as far as new speaker slips, will go till 25 of the hour, as well as raised hands online, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Mr. Moulton.
Thanks, really appreciate it. Awesome, excellent, nuanced discussion. I really, Councilmember Jordan, Mayor Rouse, and everyone else who commented, Councilmember Friedman, really appreciate your perspectives. I thought everything you proposed made a lot of sense. I'd be pretty supportive of what you're talking about. I am a homeowner. I live adjacent to Shoreline Park. I have a Airbnb right next door to me. And you know, these are really small lots, 6,700, 6,800 square feet. They weren't built as hotels. They were built as houses. And your neighbor's hot tub can be 6 feet from your 6-year-old's wall. And we, you know, we're a family. My wife's an occupational therapist. I'm a company owner. Very pro-business. That's my perspective. Want people to be able to make money. Don't want too many regulations. But, you know, we have a kid at Washington. She has to get to school at 8:30. She has to get to bed at 9 p.m. And right now, the, you know, externalities that are being, I think, caused by the Airbnb situation are just not being really borne by the owners, and the owners are not taking responsibility for the issues that are coming up. To me, you know, on an acute level, the biggest issue is the noise. I didn't, you know, it's a great neighborhood. It's, you know, elderly, retired people. It's lots of families, you know, next door to me on the other side, family with kids at Washington, next door to them, family with kids at Washington. You know, it's a neighborhood. It's not the pool deck at the Flamingo in Vegas. I mean, it's just not. And a hotel is equipped to, you know, it's staffed 24/7. It's equipped to actually respond. And when someone comes out and plays house music at 110 decibels at 10 p.m., at 2 a.m. on a Sunday night, this has actually happened this Sunday, they're actually equipped to go and ask the guest to be quiet. Well, my neighbor won't even give me his phone number because he knows I'll call him. We can call the police, but the damage has already been done. We have to wait an hour for them to show up. They're very busy with more important issues. And again, I think the externality issue is that the homeowners are not paying for that. We're all paying for that, right? So acutely, the noise is a problem. 10 p.m. is a noise ordinance. It just doesn't work. It's misaligned with the situation. Kids go to bed at 8 p.m. People who have, you know, if it was no noise ever across property lines, I think it would work fine. If the Airbnb owners would pay to have the, you know, police force come out and deal with it immediately, it would work. Finally, I think from a long-term perspective, you saw the map. I mean, I'm shocked at how much of the city is turning into rentals. What's it going to do to school enrollment? What's it going to do to businesses when these places are occupied for $3,000 for 2 nights, but the rest of the week, the rest of the year, probably 10% of the time they're occupied. The rest of the time, people are not going to businesses and supporting them. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your work, Mayor Jordan, council members. Appreciate you coming to the Omni meetings and listening to us. Thank you.
Tiffany Haller, followed by Paul Stern.
Good morning. Sorry, good morning. Good evening, actually. Mayor Rouse and council members. Been here for probably the last 10 years talking about this. I am a real estate broker and I have a property management company. I also raised my kids on the Mesa, and I'm very sensitive to what he just mentioned, and I'll just digress for a minute. These are devices that monitor decibel levels. We have them in our properties. It basically alerts the guest if they are over 70 decibels, which is, we had to design our own good neighbor policy because the city didn't have one. So we designed our own, no complaints, everything's fine. But these are a simple solution that texts the guest immediately if they are above a certain decibel level. I wish I would have had that when I had 8 college students living across the street from me. I wish I would have had that when I had a sober living home that was not sober living across from me. Well, I could go on and on. But I wanted to first thank you for taking the first step and trying to figure this out, because this has been a long time coming, and I appreciate it. I wanted to say that to bring up the Coastal Commission, the County of Santa Barbara tried to do that with limiting to the Miramar, and it didn't fly. The Coastal Commission sent it back. The Coastal Commission also does not classify these as hotels, and we have many letters that state that. They will not classify them as a hotel. So I know the city staff is classifying it, and it was talked about before, but These are not hotels, and in the coastal zone, that is going to be, you're going to waste time going through that process, in my opinion. But I did want to talk about the enforcement program as well. Councilmember Harmon, you were talking about why is there so many? And it's because, for one simple reason, our city does not have a process or a partnership with VRBO and Airbnb. They do not require a business license certificate or any sort of registration with the city. You look at Goleta, they require a property permit to be displayed on the ad, okay? You look at Carpinteria, they require that. You go look at Ventura, they require it. Manhattan Beach, the city of Honolulu, okay? That is how you shut them down. We are trying to stop a flood with 1 drop of water with a pilot program, trying to control 1 drop of water, when you guys could put up a dam today and say to Airbnb and VRBO, require the business license, so at least you know you're getting the taxes. I mean, at the very least, because this just trying to find a needle in a haystack is not working. I would be in full support of that, because the city's losing money. And the scenario about the teacher, I was a teacher, I'm very sensitive to that, but if someone leaves out of town for 3 months, that's concerning if there's not somebody there to monitor what's happening. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Stern, followed by Eric Nelson.
My name is Paul Stern. I live on Morel Road in the Mesa. And with all due respect to this group, I think you're on the wrong side of this issue. The success of short-term rentals has been so incredible that it tells you that the public actually supports them. And I'll give you an example why. I recently had a wedding for my son, and half the people couldn't come to the wedding. They couldn't come to the wedding because the hotels in Santa Barbara are so expensive that people from other parts of the country couldn't even bring it into their mind to come here and participate in the wedding. And then if you look at the other half of the people who came to the wedding, they were all in Airbnbs. And they were all in Airbnbs because the Airbnb product fit their needs better and their pocketbooks better than the hotels did. They couldn't afford to stay at the Hilton. And they certainly couldn't afford to stay at the Hilton with dogs or kids, right? Or a place where they didn't have a kitchen where they could make a bottle for the baby. So I think you need to realize that Airbnb is meeting a huge demand of the consumer. The residents of Santa Barbara need some place for their relatives to be able to afford to come and visit. Right now, my kids can't afford to visit me. They can't go to the Hilton. They can't go to the Rosewood. They can't go to the Canary. These things are all way too expensive. So I think what you need to do is you need to legalize Airbnbs. You need to legalize it, you need to tax it, and you need to regulate it. It's kind of like marijuana. You're not going to be able to push it down into the ground. You should just legalize it, regulate it, and tax it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Eric Nelson, followed by Noah Blaustein. Eric Nelson, is he? No. Okay, Noah?
Good evening, City Council. Thank you guys for your service. Appreciate it. If I started, good. I want to say I'm the face of the Airbnb. I listened to you guys talk. Nobody said one positive thing. I spent $18,000 last year in short-term rental tax. When I was sitting here, I'm a day late, I was filling out my short-term rental tax form so I can go down and deposit my check to the city. My guests spend about $30,000 a month in the city for one Airbnb. You talk about housing and displacement, ban Airbnbs. I don't have a house, can't afford to live here. That's what enables me to live here. There's another side to this. There's well, let me also say, I have a 5-star Airbnb. All my guests are screened. My guests coming up, they're coming to celebrate their daughter's PhD. Guests that just left, they're here celebrating their 40th anniversary. They come for the architecture, they come to be in a neighborhood, they come for the personal experience. I screen them, I greet them. I spend $2,500 a month supporting this Airbnb. Wine, flowers, cleaning, all of it local purveyors. I'm not a corporation. I don't have corporate lawyers. I am an individual. I'm up standing here kind of in a way against the hotel lobby. If, like this other gentleman who spoke, I had a people partying, I've never had a complaint, but I've lived again next to a long-term rental where people partied every night. I had no recourse. If there's a bad actor or a bad party, at least they're gone the next night, and if the city had embraced short-term rentals, there should be some sort of action against that owner. What I'd love to see happen, instead of me having to fill out a form every month and write in the STR, if you guys formed a partnership with VRBO and Airbnb, that anybody in the city, anybody who signed up and registered on Airbnb or VRBO or anywhere else automatically had to pay that 14% tax, you'd eliminate a lot of bad actors. You'd have a list of where they are, and you'd be getting your income. You'd know, again, yeah, I mean, I've heard budget issues all the way through this. That's a huge revenue stream. You're not pushing it away. I mean, you can enforce it. It's not going away at this point. Moreover, the city's changing. The city, an R1 district wasn't designed for SB 9. It wasn't designed for 60-40 splits of the property. That's all coming.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Jenna Berg? Jenna Berg did not make it back, I don't think. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have hands online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 4 speakers online. We have Anna Marie Gott, Ian Bakke, Chad Valcar, and Eric Nelson. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Out there that previous city councils have looked at home shares, and they decided that it would actually create a substantial enforcement nightmare. Even though you say that you're going to permit someone to rent a room or rent a unit for 90 days, you have really no control over those 90 days. When they happen, and if someone actually goes over those. So my suggestion, first, let's go ahead and ban short-term vacation rentals outside of the coastal zone. Inside of the coastal zone, then work on, some sort of permitted STR ordinance that has a cap per neighborhood, and try to get that through the Coastal Commission. Make sure that they have to application fee, and that they are that those fees that you actually are going to be charging are going to be enough to actually pay for all of the staff's time. Someone said that there were and his group that is enforcing on. So if you put in a ban today for everything outside of the coastal zone, you've got some of those taxes for us and get that shut down. We are in a desperate need for I could take you to apartment buildings that have only short-term vacation rentals, unlawful short-term vacation rentals, and all of the tenants that used to live there are gone. And that is a result of the city not enforcing on our short-term vacation. That I'm talking about is in a neighborhood and not in an area at short-term vacation rentals are. To go ahead and ban short-term vacation rentals outside of the coastal zone, please direct staff tonight to no longer outside of the coastal zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ian Bauke, then we'll have Eric Nelson and a phone number ending in 4410, and that will be our final speaker. Ian Bauke, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Ms. Gorman. Yeah, I wasn't planning to comment on this, but I was listening in, and I just wanted to thank council members Jordan and Friedman for putting this forward. I think this is the exact kind of proactive, solutions-oriented policy making that we need more of. And, you know, it's the first two-person memo I've seen in a while to solve one of these major controversial issues, and that's very encouraging. I think this is a pretty well thought out plan. I mean, it doesn't have like every single detail right now. We're directing, you know, you might direct staff to come up with those options, and I think that's totally appropriate given the impacts that the community has been facing for many years now with these illegal short-term vacation rentals. We also already have like 600 approved hotel rooms in the pipeline that aren't even built yet. And so long-term, just letting this problem fester without solutions is going to have a lot of negative consequences for the city's finances and for the overall vitality of, you know, local Santa Barbarans who live there full time. I think the home share option is a pretty good compromise that still offers people that sort of income source when they're not using their home or if they want to share a room. I think that's appropriate. I think it's pretty striking and a little mad that that map of where we allow hotels and short-term vacation rentals looks so similar to our priority housing overlay. And I'd love to see, you know, that not be the case moving forward. And I don't think these short-term vacation rentals and Airbnbs are appropriate in our neighborhoods and outside the coastal zone. I'd wonder if there's things that we can do to put the onus of enforcement on Vrbo and Airbnb to prevent them from listing these things where they know that they're not allowed, or to make them take those taxes automatically where they are. That's all to say. I'm very encouraged by this direction. I encourage all of you to move forward with this proposal and work with staff and get as close as we can to banning short-term vacation rentals outright. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Nelson. Eric Nelson, please go ahead.
All right, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Thank you all. So first, I'd like to thank everybody for being here and opening the conversation. I agree with the earlier Airbnb owner. It feels very much so like the council's already made up their mind on what they want to do here, and that's greatly discouraging. My wife and I own an Airbnb, and I'm at retirement age. And like almost every Airbnb owner that I know, and there's a very large group of them here in Santa Barbara that communicate together, are all in the same boat, or almost 2/3 of them are in the same boat. That is, they are counting on the passive income from the Airbnb. All of them are willing and actively looking to make sure that they're community friendly. Noise, parking, and trash are not a concern. In our time, we've been doing this now for several years. We've had zero complaints about trash, about noise, about parking. And every Airbnb owner that we communicate with, and again, just the Airbnb group alone is over 500. Those people are all committed. And I agree with the realtor that spoke earlier. I apologize, I don't recall her name, but she was speaking about collaborating with Airbnb and VRBO, and that is to have very strict and clear policy of what's allowed. And in that event, I think you would find a significant amount of the complaints and concerns that the community has would go away. And they would all be willing to quiet time of 10 to 7. They would all be willing and focused on parking, and if parking needs to be changed. And best of all, in my mind, they would be willing to give a hotline, a complaint hotline. So a young father was speaking here a little while ago about how there was no way to have any discourse with Airbnb property that's close by to him. And in my mind, that comes down to collaboration and enforcement, which is much simplified by talking to Airbnb and VRBO and any other company that's offering that service, that they must provide a free and immediate toll-free number for complaints. And so my final thing here is that the majority of the people that I talk with who are Airbnbs, they are, yes, thank you, I got it. The majority of the Airbnb owners are in fact already retirement age. They are not corporations. They live here in California. They are like me and my wife, where we're counting on this for our survival and our retirement. It's not, you need to think about the people that you're squeezing here. And it sure feels to me like the hotels are getting a very, very sweetheart people. That's all that I have. And thank you all for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker here is a person with the phone number ending in 4410. When you're unmuted, please start by stating your name if you're willing to have it in the minutes, please. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Kelly Airy, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak for you. I'm delighted to hear that there's at least some conversation around the potential to look at home sharing and what we're at. I think Airbnb and VRBO have kind of revolutionized the way people travel and accommodations. You know, it offers guests, like the other gentleman was saying, with large parties, that they have a place to stay that they don't normally have a place, and it's offering some options that are available that are not available through the cities and stuff like that. I would just try to give and ask a question if we couldn't approach it in two prongs. I know that the Housing Authority had previously called on the leadership there to use a portion of TOT revenues to use for affordable housing, and they have a track record of basically being able to take every dollar and they could basically take $5 million and convert it into $50 million in affordable housing if given the opportunity. If the city were to approach a home sharing ability and license that as a part, Airbnb and Tiffany Haller called it out correctly that Verbo and Airbnb, they actually would be fine to not list properties that don't have licenses. And even in the city of Davis, they actually collect, that's just an example, they collect TOT and direct it immediately to the city. I just think that, you know, given our current situation, I sent you all, an email earlier today, but, you know, with the close to 1,200 unlicensed, unpermitted, un-TOT paying, with just a 58% occupancy rate at an average night of $199, it could generate over $7 million in TOT revenue. If we were to allocate home sharing revenues on TOT to just create a income for long term for the housing authority, we could fix our house, or not. We would at least have a way to be able to contribute to housing on a regular basis. The majority of these people that are doing these home shares, those homes are not going to go into long-term housing. It's either they're sharing a room and they're not really taking away the housing stock. I mean, I guess in some sense you could say that, but they're not going to all translate into long-term housing. And the ability to take what is giving someone, one of your constituents who owns a house trying to stay in it, an ability to help generate money that's also going to help for the housing. need, I think is a possible. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. And I see that Jennenberg already called me, but you're back, so if you'd like to go ahead and put your slip in here, we'll finish up with you.
It's a double header. Thanks for letting me speak. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to go back to, I didn't really get to finish what I was saying before, and it is related to this issue, which is that we've got to be looking at cash flow, and one of the ways to generate revenue is to regulate and license, and maybe instead of collapsing down, you would think about, like, what are the critical parts of downtown, around the corridor, places that are struggling on State Street maybe? What are the critical areas where we might want to have a few licensed, inspected, permitted, and think about bringing people to the other part of State Street, the Arlington area, doing maybe a few short-term rental opportunities there so that families can come. That's the family-oriented part of State Street. You've got lots of party kind of possibilities down at the beach, I understand. But what about up higher? And you've got people who want to come. I heard someone, actually I was listening on the phone, and I heard someone talking about weddings. There are people that come for so many good reasons that support our community. And if we were to look at getting a little more creative, there's certainly bad actors, but there's a way to get more creative with what we have, try to rejuvenate parts of State Street by bringing in some more people. But, if you travel, like, I think I once went to Italy a long time ago when I was able, and they knocked on your door. They walked in, they collected the tax. I mean, it was quite an operation. But I think the inspection process is maybe part of putting a face onto what we're doing in Santa Barbara. That's, come to Santa Barbara. It's beautiful here. We will accept you. Don't go someplace else, which is what people do. Or they don't come at all. Come to Santa Barbara. And here we have these beautiful, regulated, inspected places that are safe for you and that we know about, and we collect the tax, and then we take that money and we try to fulfill that budget shortfall. Maybe we do convert some of the places where you're parking the vehicles for the city that are just sitting there on those very valuable plots of land, dig down, put them under, and build housing on top. There's so many creative possibilities. So instead of just like getting really tight about this issue, I just request that maybe we expand our idea of what is possible and think about, think about people who come for all kinds of reasons. And just to add one more thing to this, there are people that come for 9 months of the year. They're on sabbatical. There are people that come for a month to visit a grandchild that's being born. There are people that come for different reasons, maybe not the real short term, but if you think a little bigger, I mean, we have other opportunities too, and I know that's like not exactly part of the short-term discussion, but the idea of the fill-in for people that come for 9 months or 3 months, and then you've got 28 days open between people, and no one can rent, and there's no way to generate revenue for the restaurants downtown, there's no way to collect taxes. Places are sitting empty. So there's a need for a bigger conversation, I think, and I appreciate all the time, and thanks for hearing me twice today. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to council. And please, let's bear in mind that we're not trying to invent the program here, but merely give direction to staff to bring back something that we can work with. All right? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll first say I'm very confused about what is on the table. They are already banned. We are successfully ramping up enforcement, and we as a council doubled down on supporting that enforcement just really recently. I think we were at that meeting all very vocal and in agreement about what was articulated again today, that short-term rentals really tear at the fabric of communities and neighborhoods. I'll reiterate my statements from then and on my block. When I moved 10 years ago, it was all families and seniors, a lot of seniors, and as the seniors moved out or moved on, those became short-term rentals, and it has completely changed the neighborhood, including one behind me in the high fire zone, that every weekend it's a different renter has a bonfire back there in the high fire zone. And I want to be very clear, as a consumer, I just recently went to my son's graduation in Ohio, had a lovely stay at a vacation rental on Lake Erie. It was great for our 7 people, much less expensive than a hotel. But in that neighborhood, looking around, looking at all of the houses that were rentals for that weekend and then vacant the rest of the time, I thought, how often could this house be rented out on this lake shore, and was that really worthwhile as a community member? And I really want to acknowledge that, describing that visitors like and want short-term rentals, yeah, I mean, I'm going to acknowledge that. They're great as a consumer. As a community member and as community leaders, they are really destroying that map. If you could go back to the map that shows all of them throughout, those are all places where families could live, seniors could live, young people starting a family or living on their own could live. That is an astonishing map. We have right now a housing crisis. We know we have a housing crisis. We have properties that are just vacant the rest of the time. Places sitting empty, as the last public speaker mentioned. The solution for places sitting empty is to have people living there year-round and volunteering in our community, going to schools, shopping in our community, being good neighbors with each other, not having to be monitored by devices that are remote. So I think what I'm confused about is what the ask is here. And part of what really confuses me is the STR framework discussion from 9/13/2022 on slide 12. We already, it was like standing room only when we talked about these issues. We sort of already decided these. So I'm not really clear on the framework or exactly what's being proposed. So if someone can help me see exactly what's on the table here, because it sounds to me like we're reopening the discussion of legalizing and permitting short-term rentals, but that's been decided. So are we reopening that decision, or is it just home share? And can you help me see this part of the statements you're making make it sound like we're expanding STRs? And then part of the comments you make sound like we're limiting them. So I'm just really, I need help, clarity on what is the proposal. And I'll just make my comment that I do support banning short-term rentals. I just think with the housing crisis in our community, if you're already licensed, you'll be allowed to stay. That's part of what I think I understand the proposal, but I just don't think we have the space to spare for these vacancies. And teachers you already can rent it out for over 30 days or 60 days. You can rent it out for the whole summer already. It's just not a short-term rental. So I'm kind of confused by that part of the narrative also, because you already can do that if it's more than 30 days.
Basically, you'd rather not have staff come back with a recommendation.
I'm just not really clear on what the change is that's being proposed.
Let's go ahead and go through people's comments, and we'll see if the makers are wanting to clear that up. Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with a lot of everything that was said substantively on the idea of short-term rentals, so I won't go through my own version of that. I subscribe to that view wholeheartedly. I'm going to start by talking about the coastal zone. I think that's probably the crux of what this two-person memo is about, and particularly as it pertains to the Coastal Commission. I'm a member of the Coastal Commission and have sat on that commission as a voting member since 2021, so have quite a bit of experience with regard to how that commission views short-term rentals. And I want to say first and foremost, the voters in the state of California voted to prioritize low-cost visitor-serving accommodations in the coastal zone. So regardless of sort of what any individual commissioner's views are on short-term rentals as a sort of principle or approach to housing, the voters enshrined that into law, and that is required of us as a commission to prioritize visitor-serving accommodations in the coastal zone. And part of that is because Californians understood access to the coast, not just for those of us who live in coastal areas, but for all Californians to be able to access their coast is a fundamental value for all Californians. So while I do struggle with how to balance the impacts to our local communities from short-term rentals, there also is the statutory requirement that we prioritize access, and it has been clarified through the Coastal Act, not only in law, in the law itself, but also in how we have applied that law for the last 30-plus years, that we effectuate that commitment to access by prioritizing short-term or visitor-serving accommodations. So that's sort of what's been behind the Coastal Commission's approach to these questions. But I will say in the last 2 years in particular, and I'm very proud of this work that we have done, the Commission has really shifted and taken on a housing and community first view, in large part due to new changes in the law that allow us to consider environmental justice and thinking about how EJ in coastal communities are impacted by these short-term rentals. So that's a little bit of background, but I'll say this. We really take a very, very different approach to short-term rental regulation at the Coastal Commission today than we did even 3 years ago. It is completely different. 3 years ago, I would have sat up here and said, I think a commenter said, let's not waste the money even doing it. I would have said, absolutely, let's not. It is totally worth bringing it to the Coastal Commission now. And I would say, like, the sooner the better. We've got a lot of really, really smart, really engaged housing advocates on the commission who themselves live in coastal zones and understand the negative impacts of the proliferation of short-term rentals on these communities. Of course, we're statutorily required to prioritize visitor-serving accommodations. So we're never, as a commission, I guess never say never, but I can't imagine a scenario where we would support an outright ban in the coastal zone. That is just not statutorily feasible. However, what we did last month, what we have another item coming up this month, what I'm seeing month after month after month is communities come with quite stringent restrictions. And typically what we see is it's in the form of a cap. I have not seen a formulation like is proposed here where it's unlimited in one neighborhood, but month after month I see, okay, 50 STRs allowed in the coastal zone plus home share. And, you know, those go through generally with flying colors. I mean, I texted Councilmember Jordan at our last hearing saying, you have to watch this, and he told me he didn't, but that's okay. It was every single coastal commissioner saying, why don't we lower the cap? Why'd you come with 150? We would have accepted 75. So it really has changed, and a huge part of that is just, well, there are a lot of reasons for it, but the recognition of the impacts to local communities and how that undermines our commitment to environmental justice. So I really hope that we can take something to the commission and do it quickly, because you have a friendly commission right now, and the makeup changes at the pleasure of the big electeds in the state, and so you never know, but right now is a good time to go. So on that note, I do support the proposal. I think it's an interesting idea. I would like to see what the number is in West Beach. I think personally I would prefer to see a cap across the coastal zone rather than in one neighborhood. I think we'll get less actually in the end, and it's a little bit more equitable in my view across the coastal zone, but I don't know enough about it to know. I think those are two formulations that I'd be interested in hearing about, but it works for me, and I think you guys know that area probably much better than I do, so I support moving forward to consider that. I want to very briefly acknowledge, of course, there is a benefit to short-term rentals. I actually spent most of my 20s traveling the world through short-term rentals, so but that was before their proliferation, when they were sort of one-off. And now, unfortunately, I just think the negative implications for the collective have just far outweigh the benefit to the individual. So if we could do an effective ban, I mean, I think we sort of already have that, I continue to be concerned about enforcement. So I'm open to some other formulation that would allow us to actually mitigate the number of short-term rentals. One of the things I've seen at Coastal that I would be interested in hearing about citywide is rather than starting with a ban at time one, saying, okay, we're going to give 200 permits citywide, but as soon as those uses change, the permit goes away. So over time, you start with 200 to give the folks that rely on it for their income currently, who say, hey, I planned my retirement around this. You say, okay, we're going to have 200 citywide, but as soon as that use changes, or it changes hands, or it gets sold, you lose that permit, and it's not like somebody else can come in to get that 200th. Now there's 199 available, and over time, through attrition, they start to go away. And I really love that, because I think, to me, it strikes a balance between understanding that there is individual benefit and there is individual reliance in this income, and what we clearly need to see as a community, which is having these go away, because it's just so negative. The implications are so negative. So I would like to see us explore that. I think it's a good idea, probably complex to administer, but I think potentially can be done. And finally, I will close by saying I love home share, and I really, really would like us to continue to allow home shares. I think even in the coastal zone, home share is the only truly low-cost way of visiting a coastal community. So a non-shared Airbnb, that's still wildly expensive. I don't know who we're kidding. It's really, really pricey. But to get a room in someone's house is affordable. And I think that sort of is the vibe that we should be going for. So I support that, and I think that's everything. Thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to seeing that discussion between you and Ms. Connect on I have a permit, but now we're going to take it away, because I already got blasted on that one. But no, that was my whole thing at sale, and I was raked over the coals. I'm not a practicing attorney, though, so you're one up on me. Saying they're banned already is far from accurate. I mean, I'd love to see a Google map from 2015 where the dots start going from what it was in 2015 till now when they were banned. But there's still a legal pathway outside the coastal zone, and everywhere that they're in the coastal zone, they are not banned. Our enforcement action there is strictly for those who are not paying TOT and don't have a business license. I can walk downstairs tonight and, well, tomorrow, and put my address in, buy a business license, pay TOT, and open up a legal short-term vacation rental, or allowed, or however you want to call it. But it's certainly, I'm not opening up a banned short-term vacation rental. I am opening a viable short-term vacation rental. My approach to this was kind of like first day of school. And so that was like, ban them outside the coastal zone, try and find some accommodation with the Coastal Commission in a historical high-density use exposure already to allow them. I am, in my perfect world, just to mention the devil in the room, in my perfect world, Theo Cracky ran a great short-term vacation rental program, as I'm sure that gentleman in the back row does too, as I'm sure Tiffany does with her program. And unfortunately, the rules are not often. The rules are always made for the ones that are a problem. The rules aren't made for the ones that run great programs. So, but in my perfect world, I would love to see a permit system, a CUP system, something that spreads an even amount around that could be managed and mitigated. My problem with that is you sitting in that last chair, and where you are once a month is, I think we need to offer something to the Coastal Commission and go in a negotiating stance and have a place in the coastal zone where we convince them that they should be allowed, and places in the coastal zone where we can make an argument that they are a negative impact on established, mostly single-family neighborhoods that aren't part of the dynamic where we would want to allow them. And then it's our choice to do whatever we want outside the coastal zone. We have no encumbrances there from a government agency. We could continue to allow them to be permitted as they are, as difficult as it is. We could look for a method to allow them, but I'm pretty much of the opinion that outside the coastal zone, that you are truly talking housing stock that they're taking their away from. So that's kind of how I got there anyhow, and I'll let you figure out how I should go somewhere else. But and I echo the thought too that a definite outcome of today needs to be a home share program. And I still like the dual home share programs. I can't tell you how many, just talking about this, I can't tell you how many people I've heard, whereas first I thought, oh, it'd be Mike's going to Europe for a month and Mike wants to rent his house. And of course that's Mike, but then you find out it's a divorcee, a grandmother, a single mom who is struggling to keep a historical house that they've lived in all their life in Santa Barbara. And the way they're able to do that is to basically just share a room. And the only weasel there is they're just sharing the room for less than 30 days rather than they're sharing the room for longer than 30 days. But in both situations, they're there in the building with their guest. And I think we should be, for the reasons of allowing people to keep in their house, I think we should be encouraging in that. And then if we're going to allow something like that, we should be totally incentivizing the ones where the people are on site and managing that on site 24/7. So those are my comments.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, could I just interrupt? Because we're on the record, I want to clarify what Councilmember Jordan said.
Okay, just a second, Mike. So
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that. And you know, his comment that he could walk out of here tonight and get a business license and pay his TOTs and operate a allowed short-term rental in the coastal zone, which is correct, but as soon as that allowed short-term rental were operating in a nuisance type situation and we received viable nuisance complaints, we would be able to bring in action to enforce our zoning code. And if it were sustained, we would be able to close that down in accordance with our zoning code. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So a lot of great comments. Appreciate all the public input on this tonight and through the dozens and dozens of emails we've received and others over the past few weeks. And there's no doubt that Airbnbs, I appreciate the gentleman coming here and talking about the value that they provide. I think any destination city like ours has them, and they're a benefit for those who travel. And at the same time, it's no doubt that they do create impacts into neighborhoods specifically, and we have to balance that up here. So where I wound up on this and talking with Councilmember Jordan over extended period of time and trying to say that it's the inland and the coastal zone. So I'll start with the inland zone. Is essentially we do have a ban there, but there is paths in some areas for something to go forward. We saw what that was tonight, and so I think in terms of what is the goal in the inland area, and a lot of that is to try to keep a lot of our residents here, whether you're working and your family is working and you need extra income, or you're a senior, or whatever your circumstances are. And so that's where the home share program idea comes in. And there's the two types. There's ideally is they're on site, they're renting out a room for a week or two or whatever it is, and there's a certain limit because they're going to be managing it. And then there's the issue when, like other communities have done, where if it's your primary residence and you have to live there X number of days, that could be determined later, that you would get a specific number of days per year where you are not there, but you would be able to rent it out. And within that, there's that certain number of days, and there's also a certain number of consecutive days as well. So say the number 90 was brought up in the staff presentation. You could do 90 days, if you did 90 days a year and you happen to be gone 90 days a year and you rented it out, you wouldn't rent it out for the full 90 days straight. It would be 14 days, then you have to take a break or whatever that is. That's for a later discussion. But that's in theory how it would work, and it would allow people to leave and be out of town and still get that extra income. So I am interested in that, and I'm interested in that in the inland zone and in the coastal zone, for the entire coastal zone. I think it would help with the Coastal Commission as well to say that, hey, that is an option. And then the other is that there are, in the inland zone, I think it's 16 that we have or so. We do need to look at grandfathering those in potentially if we were to make any ordinance changes, because those are already there, and they've been permitted, they've gone through the whole process. So how we address those, I think, would be separately than any new ones. So into the coastal zone, which is a primary reason for bringing this forward. I think this map tells a very interesting story here. If you start looking, especially in the Mesa there. So the coastal zone, for the reasons we know, it is a lot more complicated, and it is affecting the housing market. When I looked at a certain hotel chain has bought up a number of houses in Santa Barbara and uses them for rewards points. So what it does is when that drives up the prices, because as an individual buyer, you would be competing against an international hotel corporation to buy a house. So that is an impact that comes with them, because it's different sets of competition if you're trying to buy a home. Maybe not in the coastal zone or inland, but that is a reality you have to face, is you can never outcompete a corporation that wants to buy them. So, but that aside, I think in the coastal zone, we really have to listen to what Councilmember Harmon, Coastal Commissioner Harmon right now had to say. I thought that was very interesting. I learned a lot from that. What she told us is there needs to be a path forward to allow vacation rentals in this capacity to satisfy the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission. And rather than a cap, one of the reasons that having them in this area that's proposed, and again, this is just a starting point, it could change, but having them in an area, that is where the services are, and that's where the amenities are. That's where people can walk to the restaurants. They can walk to everything that's down, and they can walk to State Street eventually if you were in that coastal zone area, where if you're way off in the Mesa, you're going to be driving, and you're not going to be around that restaurants for the most part. There's a few restaurants, don't get me wrong, in the Mesa, but that's just an example. But to have them in an area that's already set up for visitors and visitor accommodation services and all the amenities, that makes a lot of sense. And you're right by some of our closest beaches right there that are in walking distance. So that makes the most sense. And then as you go outside, you're getting back into the neighborhoods, which have a lot of those impacts that the first speaker tonight spoke about, and we've received dozens and dozens of emails about over the last few weeks. So again, but that would also be an opportunity for the home share in those situations. So the other thing I'm interested in is, we've talked about it a lot, it was brought up a couple times today as part of this, is the business license and working with the platforms to say that they can only list if you have a business license. And that might be something that we could do fairly quickly while we're figuring out all the rest of these issues, because the other issues are going to take, I'd say probably if you're going to coastal zone, at least 2 years, if not more. So I would hate to hold that business license up for 2 years when we could probably do that in 2 months. Well, maybe not 2 months, but pretty quickly. So that's something that we could separate out. And then since this is about gathering information about a program, especially in the coastal zone, I would like more information about the cap and what other communities have done. Because that is something, it's like, I think once you go back, staff's going to go back, assume talk with the Coastal Commission staff, and they'll be able to kind of give direction is what we're proposing here, Councilmember Jordan and I, it hasn't been done, so it'd kind of be maybe it isn't palatable, or maybe their staff will say, hey, this is innovative and it actually might work. Or they could say, hey, the cap is here and X, Y, and Z communities have done it. And all of a sudden, if it's like a bunch of other communities have done this and it's helped, maybe we go that direction. So I think there's conversations to be had with the Coastal Commission that will see, is this viable of putting it in the amenity servicing areas where that's where a lot of tourists would be going anyways, and then leaving the neighborhoods to the home share, or going with a cap. So, but again, just the business license with the platforms should be separated out and come back a lot sooner than the rest of this. And then just make sure primary residence, and yeah, I think I have, yeah, that's all I got right now.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman and Councilmember Jordan, for bringing this item up. I think it's a really good idea to have further discussion about it. I've been hearing public comment. I find it a little ironic sometimes to hear about, the loud noise in neighborhoods because of short-term rentals, yet and that's usually those comments coming from the affluent, more, the neighborhoods that are in nicer areas. And the neighborhoods where I live, that the noise is kind of like the norm. But I think people forget that they can call law enforcement, and they also forget that the long-term residents have a lot more laws that protect them about, the noise ordinance. So I encourage those that live next to a short-term rental to call law enforcement. Eventually, the property owner will get, the idea that they need to monitor who they're renting their short-term rentals to. I really would like to see an opportunity to be able to get more TOT tax and explore this idea more. In neighborhoods like mine, the share homes, I think it's always existed. It didn't have a title. Because I hear this conversation about, well, they can rent a room, or they can, and the owner still lives at the house. It's like that's happening in my neighborhoods, or we rent it to the uncle or the cousin. So I want to explore more. I will be supporting this idea, but there's a lot of questions still that I have. I don't believe that we should tell people what to do on their primary residence. If it's not their primary residence, we should have some sort of say on, them opening up that housing to long-term residents. But I will support this proposal for further discussion.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have to apologize. I'm a very visual person. I am not verbal, and having all of this proposal read out was very unclear to me, even talking through. And I saw Ms. Connect hold up a piece of paper that had yellow highlights, and I see Mr. Jordan and Councilmember Friedman with it. And now that I see it written out, I think it's brilliant, and I'm very thankful. It's taken me this whole process to be able to verbally piece together what's written out here. So I really think we should all have this available to us, since we're talking about the proposal. And I've been asking sort of like, well, what proposal? Because what's before us in the agenda report is discussing multiple frameworks. So I want to voice my support now that I can see it, and I just cannot process information entirely verbally. It just does not work for
Mayor
me.
Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I just want to clarify, those were just Councilmember Jordan's sort of talking points. He had shared it with staff to make sure that those were appropriate. So it wasn't that we were not including that in the staff report. Those were just his council comments. And so we're happy to share those thoughts publicly now that the council has discussed this. So I just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't a piece of information that was withheld from the staff report.
Understood. Thank you. And I think also if we're going, with two-person memos, it's helpful to have them more. So if I can I had questions before, but I didn't make comments about voicing my support. So for the home share proposal, inside or outside the coastal zone, and having those two tiers, as Councilmember Friedman described, either on-site with a limit, or if it's your primary residence, X number of days that you live there, Y number of days that you can rent out. I think that is a great idea, and we've talked about home share for a long time, so having a concrete proposal to look at is great. Outside the coastal zone, I think just banning them, and then inside the coastal zone, allowing in those specific areas. And now I think I understand, and I just want to confirm that you're saying rather than having a cap, or maybe a cap and putting it in focused areas along the lower coastal areas. Okay. So yeah, I support all of that and think those are really fantastic ideas.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everybody, for being able to have this conversation. I just, going off of what the people are telling me, they already don't want more hotels in the city to begin with. And they definitely don't want short-term rentals to be allowed on top of that. And there's so many issues that are affected by this. For example, I've been hanging out with a lot of people that are trying to organize and run festivals around town. And the one thing they keep saying is that there's fewer and fewer people showing up to the festivals. And I can't help but notice that it's because there's just fewer and fewer people living here. When I was a kid growing up, you would see everybody at these festivals. And now that things like this are being allowed, you just see less and less of that and less people attending those. And it brings up that notion, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, if you don't have a village of children to raise, then there's nothing there. So like, I just have a lot of hesitation about allowing this outside the coastal zone. I'm okay with it where it is in the coastal zone, but I really am against allowing it outside. I've been reached out to by Airbnb, and I talked to them, and the one issue that I spoke to them about was the discriminatory practices of this type of business. I can walk into any hotel room and not be discriminated against. Any hotel, anyone, anywhere. But I personally have been the victim of discrimination when it comes to short-term rentals. And one of the commenters came up here saying that they screen or they vet or they check out people that are going to check out their space. I've been one of those people that have been checked out. I'll tell you my anecdotal experience is when I went to San Diego, a friend of mine tried to get an Airbnb once we got there. There was one available. I messaged the person posting it. They said it wasn't available. My friend, who is Caucasian, he asked, he got it. When we showed up to the Airbnb, the person saw us and said, now it's double. So we got charged double as soon as he saw that it was me there. So when I asked Airbnb for that data, they mentioned that they didn't really have it offhand, which, I'm sorry, when your whole platform is off an electronic device that collects data 24/7, it's definitely on there. They just don't want to admit that they have a problem with discriminatory business practices. And that's another reason why I'm against this type of business in our community. So other than allowing it in the coastal zone, I'm going to have to be pretty staunch about not allowing it outside because we need that housing for our first responders, for our teachers, for our people that work our businesses, and yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Ms. Gutierrez, another comment?
Yeah, I think if we're going to move forward to a program like this and we're talking about being equitable, I don't want to see this program just be accessible or easy access to areas where it's mainly, people of wealth that they live in. I want to have an opportunity where people in the entire city can go through this process. And I am sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez, that you went through that experience. I've gone through that experience in our local hotels. And I can tell you for a fact that you have people low income to moderate income that are they're able to come to this city now because they're short-term rentals. Because the hotels are extremely expensive. And it's not just people of color that'll tell you that. It's also people that have decent jobs that they just think it's really expensive, and especially during the summer, the hotels rates go up. I just for the council members that did this 2% memo, we can just make it, equitable. I don't want it because we have a program already in the central and the coastal zone. So if we're going to provide this opportunity, I just want it to be, fair across the city.
All right, very good. Wanted to just clarify a couple of points. I mean, the cracky decision in the coastal zone was about proactive enforcement. It wasn't about whether it was kosher or not to have an Airbnb or a VRBO or STVR, I should say, in the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission does, in fact, want to have low-cost visitor serving, although they never really made a finding qualitatively about the low-cost aspect of it, but I'm still cheesed off of those guys for denying the Gaucho as their baseball field. So you're off my Christmas card list officially until that changes. But what I would like to direct staff to do is use their zoning as a basis to begin with, as a basis foundation. And why the zoning? Because the community got together through long and painful zoning change ordinance legislation. We sat through countless meetings. We sat in the Faulkner Gallery. We sat in here. When the community has a zoning preference, what they do is they basically say, hey, we have a reasonable expectation in a neighborhood. When I buy a house, when there's a CC&R, where there's a zone, where there's a zone for schools, hotels, or in manufacturing, we know what that is. And until we change the zoning, I think I'd like to start that as a basis for what we're doing. One reason why the hotel zone works, or the coastal zone works, as Mr. Jordan said, between Castillo and the zoo, is that's pretty much all zoned for hotel already. That's kind of a piece of cake. And other zones that we already have are kind of a piece of cake. The rest of it is something that we may consider on different levels, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to violate what people thought they bought into when they bought into a neighborhood. Has this always gone on? Yeah, on some level, but it exploded a few years back. I mean, it really did. And frankly, I think Airbnb was one of the things that made it explode. They were, I got solicitations. I live up on the Mesa, What's your house doing on your vacation? Well, it could be making money for you. So it was solicited and really did blow up. And I realize the economy has done a lot of that, but there are a number of people that own multiple units that do it specifically for what Mr. Friedman was talking about, the STR program. That's the kind of thing we need to work our way through. The Coastal Commission helped make the coastal area very confusing. It just doubled down on what the city has done about 3 or 4 finance directors back when we started collecting TOT on what were illegal units, but it was legal for us to collect. And we started that, and we actually gave the impression through business license and TOT collections that this was kosher when it really never has been. Now, qualitatively, I like Airbnbs. I go and stay in them when I travel. I've got neighborhood student rentals, which are kind of a pit, and an Airbnb is a really nicely maintained place. So qualitatively, I don't have an issue with them. But what I do have an issue with is what consistently are we telling the public when we make a zoning law? Or are we just saying, well, except in these 15 circumstances? That's what I want to avoid. I think Mike and Eric put together something that's relatively simple to go through and a good template to begin with. And that's what I'd like staff to look at, but I'd also like staff to maintain the integrity of our zones and build based on that level. Because if we start making exceptions everywhere, we're going to have one of the most complicated, unenforceable ordinances ever. And we've got a few of those already. And it's not about whether or not the city collects extra revenue. That shouldn't be the basis of this. Our job up here is to protect everybody's day-to-day quality of life in the neighborhoods. And if we miss that boat in order to get a couple of extra dimes, I think we're not doing our job. So I would really like to have the consistency where the community said to us, yes, these are the zones we agree on. You guys did all this. And as Mr. Busk can tell you, we did some pretty heavy lifting to make those zoning changes when we did it. And so I think we need to respect that. And I think we need to use that as a foundation as we make these rules going forward. But I do not want to be intimidated by a quote-unquote coastal zone issue, because we can talk all day about the coastal zone, but if this creeps up into the Upper East, we're going to have all hell to pay, because that's a community that really comes down on us when it comes to neighborhood changes. I think that we have to look at it from how do we zone ourselves and what do we do and how do we comply? Well, we have to get a coastal development permit. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But the rest of it has to be consistent throughout. And I think we make it simpler. I don't think we make these heavy commercial conversion regulations we had before. I'd like to see us be able to make it more ministerial in certain zones. But I don't think it's going to be Wild West open season. I don't think we can go there, especially not and talk out of the other side of our mouths about a housing crisis, affordable housing, and blah, 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 blah. You know, whether or not these convert into affordable houses or rentals, I don't even know. But we have to at least show a consistent set of messages, and I think in the past we haven't always done that, and I'd like to get back to that if we could. So with that, there is no action item other than the direction. Do you have direction, Ms. DeBusk, as far as 15, 20 pages of notes ready to go there? Is that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think we have general consensus from the council on what we want to start researching and bring back to you as a framework, really related to the home share idea that was put forward by Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Friedman.
Yeah, I remember home share as the original bed and breakfast. I mean, it's traveling around Europe in the 70s. That's you actually stayed with a family and they ask you about Michael Jackson and things like that. So, all right, very good. Well, with that, there is no action item there. And thank you, Eric and Mike, for bringing that forward. I think that was a robust discussion. Council staff communications, any council member engagements anybody likes to discuss? Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes. On Saturday, I participated in an event that the Ortega Park Steering Committee was involved in, and Moms Demand Action against gun violence. And that was a really nice event. I think compared to last year, we had more people from the community participate. We had organizations from the city of Santa Maria that came as well. I'm hopeful that in the upcoming years, we'll engage a lot more community members to this event. And I also had a couple of meetings with people in my district, with constituents in my district, about the sales tax and affordable housing.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended, along with Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, the first SBCC alumni event. And there were 3 council members there who were alumni, so that was a nice representation. Attended the Kellum DeForest series with Cass Ensberg of our HLC and Leslie Kloss of ABR, talking about historical context and importance in our city. Attended a DSAL tour with delegation from Corpus Christi along with our city administrator, and Congressman Carbajal was there, and the delegation from Corpus Christi included their mayor, city administrator, congressperson, engineers. It was 12 to 13 people, and it really showed your city, our city, we really are leaders in the DSAL field, and I was really proud of the presentation and how well we were able to sort of share in that, being in the forefront. Also attended Wildlife Care Network's baby shower last week. Oh, I forgot to mention last week a tour with the waterfront director and the harbor master and the Army Corps of Engineers out in our harbor to see the dredging operations. And again, we're really leaders in that and are very grateful to the Army Corps of Engineers for what they do for us and keeping us having a working harbor. And I just wanted to note the celebration of life for Don Sharp.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So earlier today, I was invited to speak to a local group called RITA, R-I-T-A, and they invited me to speak about the sales tax measure, the budget, and State Street. So I spoke about all those and what the latest updates are on those. Also attended the Environmental Defense Center annual Green and Blue Gala and honoring Hillary Hauser. And what a great local treasure we have in Hillary, and it was great to see her recognized. And then I also just want to recognize that on June 6th was the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and I went to an all-day program down with my mom down to the Reagan Library. They had lots of panels, and there was 4 World War II veterans there, and talked a lot about D-Day, and then just a lot of where we are globally and relating it to D-Day. And the keynote speaker at the end was former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. And so it was a very informative panel. And I just also want to recognize, in terms of D-Day, why this 80th anniversary is so important. It is probably the last worldwide, they celebrate it every 5 years with events. It's probably the last one where there are going to be World War II veterans around for it. There might be a few at 85, but they won't be able to travel in significant numbers to Normandy and other places. The youngest World War II veterans now are probably about 98 and 99. Most of them are over 100 that are left, including locally here. We have 2. Art Peterson and Sal Perez. Sal Perez is 105. Art Peterson just was recognized for his birthday, and he was at the Memorial Day. He was 100, and he was at D-Day and Battle of the Bulge. So sorry for rambling here, but I feel it's important for this because at the end of the day, the discussion we just had is very important, and the 7 of us are doing our duty to ensure that we have open debates and the public was here. And the reason that's possible is because of what happened 80 years ago when we had all veterans in the Pacific and in Europe. And it's our responsibility as the public to engage in our government. And I just am really thankful. As some of you know, my grandfather, Carl Pernicone, was a Purple Heart veteran in the Battle of the Bulge, and he passed away a couple years ago. But just really that day and seeing those 4 veterans was very meaningful. So I just wanted to recognize all those who served, especially in World War II.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Eric, for highlighting that. I, too, have had the pleasure of being able to interview World War II veterans when I was in high school for a few years. And, yeah, it's really interesting. It's interesting to think what the world would be like if they didn't sacrifice so much. Let's see. Last week I attended the closing of Derv's, although I drive by there and they're still open, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I took a bike ride with some community members, which was really nice, and they went over their concerns about the bike paths. I went to the staff presentation of the proposed renovations they're going to do at the Douglas Family Preserve, and Councilmember Mike Jordan was there, and I think that he was the only one there from the council. But that was really cool to be able to participate in that. Met with a member of the Access Advisory, attended the 101 community meeting in Montecito. It's going to take longer than expected. Sure, I don't need to tell any of you that. Also attended the SBCC alumni with Councilmember Sneddon. Attended an AI art gallery at SB Cast, which was really interesting. Also, what's that? Attended, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, I wasn't able to attend the Parma school site, but I think you did. Yeah, if you could recap that, that would be great. And then attended the Delta Airlines launch event at the airport with Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan and City Administrator McAdoo, right? Thanks. And then attended the TVSB 49th anniversary. Also attended the Ortega Park Moms Demand Action community cleanup. And then later returned for the Ortega Park Pride event that started at Ortega Park and then ended at La Casa for a concert, which was really fun. Also attended the EDC event with Eric Friedman and also John Palmentary's birthday, which was fun with Councilmember Sneddon. And that's about it.
All right, and so I was at the Mr. Don Sharp's memorial, and that was a gathering of everybody, all the keepers of the flame, going back to Bill Mahan, and maybe a couple even before, of architectural integrity in Santa Barbara. So we had some rather spirited conversations there about current events and the state pressures for housing and whatnot. And then I attended Marburg's 50th anniversary celebration. It was quite an honor for me because they really didn't have a lot of folks outside of the family or outside of the organization, and they talk about their employees in their organization like family, which is why they are who they are out in the field. Pretty amazing people, and I was honored because not only am I not Italian, but they must figure when they think solid waste, they must think about me somehow. So I was included in the program, so it was very nice. And with that, I believe we are adjourned at 6:45.